Okay, then we have Chigalama SS. You are most welcome. You can wave to us, Chigalama SS. Okay, we have Panyango SS. You are most welcome. You can as well wave to us, Panyango SS. You are most welcome. I'm seeing Teso Integrated SS Ngola. You are most welcome. Wave to us as well. I'm seeing St. Stephen SS Katakwi. You are most welcome. Also, you can wave to us. St. Mary's Assumpta SS. You are most welcome. You can as well wave to us. Padrob Seed Secondary School. You are most welcome. I'm seeing Mamba Secondary School Nebi, you are most welcome. I'm seeing Highland Secondary School BDBDUB, you are most welcome. Magic School, you are most welcome. St. Gisto, you are most welcome. I'm seeing M MT Watt SS, you are most welcome. Moyo SS, you are most welcome. Wampeontake, you are most welcome. Brain Set High School, you are most welcome. Kagole Girls School, you are most welcome. Gulu Ame School, you are most welcome. I'm seeing very many schools. Twins College in Abingo, you are most welcome. Celesio, Kisubi High, Entebbe, you are most welcome. And all the schools that are joining in on Nog George, you are most welcome. Yes, and all the schools that are joining in from the different parts of the country, you are most welcome. Uh, Good morning once again, and thank you so much, dear students and the teachers that have joined this call. I would like to welcome you to our virtual mathematics seminar, and our theme today is empowering mathematics education, bridging the learning gap with ICT integration. Would like uh, to thank our organizers, but also all the different companies that are supporting this initiative. Thank you so much. Our agenda, we shall have an opening prayer, and I'm going to request a student from St. Mary's Assumpta to prepare yourself. You're going to be leading us in a word of prayer, and then we shall have introductions from the different schools, and then we shall have some few remarks, and then in case we have Renew on the call, they'll come on, and then after we shall have a representative from the Ministry of Education and Sports to officially open up this session. And then from there, we shall go on and start on our presentations, and then the seminar will continue. So I'm going to first ask a volunteer from St. Mary's Assumpta. St. Mary's Assumpta, kindly unmute yourself, I know, and you lead us in a word of prayer. St. Mary's Assumpta, unmute yourself and lead us in a word of prayer.
Let's humble ourselves and we pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our loving Father, we'd like to thank you for the gift of life that you have given us. We'd like to thank you for your protection from morning up to this time. Father, as we are going to start this seminar, we ask you to send your angels to come and guide and protect us throughout till the end. We ask all this in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Okay, thank you so much, St. Mary's Assumpta, for the word of prayer. Would like to welcome you once again and thank you so much for joining this seminar. In our seminar today, there is a lot that we are going to be sharing as schools, as teachers, but most importantly, as students. Would like to thank all the schools that showed interest to be discussants in this seminar. Thank you so much. And our dear students, ensure that you have a pen with you, you have a paper, you have with you a calculator, and we are going to move together And in case there is any questions you have during the course of the seminar, kindly we shall give you time to be able to ask any of the questions you may have. But also we shall be using the chat in order for us to be able to respond to those questions. We have very many teachers who have joined on the call, so some of the questions can be responded to through the chat or through any other means. So we shall be able to respond to you to any other questions. We shall also take you through any issues that you may need more clarification on, because we are here to learn and we are here to share the knowledge. I'm going to request schools through the chat to share with us the district where you are, the name of your school, and the numbers you are attending with. In case you have 50 students, you say Mamba Secondary School maybe 50 students. Yes, but also I've requested the schools that are going to be presenters to kindly name yourself as a presenter such that we can be able to give you the rights of being able to share your screen. Yes, but I've started giving some rights to some schools that are going to be presenting. So those who have not yet, kindly indicate as a presenter such that we can be able to give you the rights to be able to present. Okay, thank you so much everyone, and thank you so much for joining this call. I want to find out whether we have any representative from Renew who is on the call. Any representative from Renew who is on the call, kindly let us know such that you can speak to the schools that have joined the call. Oh, any representative? Okay. Okay, I think they have not yet joined the call, but once they join, they will be able to speak to us. At this juncture, allow me now to welcome the Principal Education Officer from the Ministry of Education and Sports, Mr. Ronald Dungu, to welcome us and to officially open up the discussion. Mr. Ronald, you are most welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Kaziba. Can you hear me well?
Yes, you are very clear, Mr. Ronald.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, students. I'm happy to be here with you. I thank the good Lord who has brought us back year after year. It's exciting to see that on 29th June 2024, we were here for the math seminar, and exactly 1 year later, we are back in bigger numbers in this seminar. My name is Ronald Dungu. Dungu is a double D-U-N-G-U. I would like you to spell my name correctly. I'm a Principal Education Officer in the Ministry of Education and Sports. As well, I look after and supervise schools in West Nile and Acholi region, and work together with all the other head teachers in the country. I want to thank the organizers, Mr. Kaziba and your team. Thank you for organizing us and bringing us back here today. I want to thank those who support our schools, the Research Education Network Uganda Renew, who connect schools to the internet and provide good internet. And for some schools that are already on the Renew network, I'm sure they boosted our connection, and we should be able to get good connectivity this morning. I bring you greetings from my supervisors in the ministry, from our minister, the PS, the commissioners, and all the other people we work with. And we are happy to see that this pilot of connecting schools, of working together across schools using the available technologies, is a much welcome effort. I also want to thank, I don't know if our colleague from UC project is already online. Madam Eva, are you online? Probably she's not yet online, but we have the Uganda Secondary Schools Expansion Project, USIP, that has distributed and is continuing to distribute laptops to schools. Many schools are going to receive a laptop, a projector, and a screen. And the question is, if we have this infrastructure in our schools, what are we going to use it for? And therefore, activities like the seminar are very important for us to ensure that we utilize the available technologies in our schools. We are also working hard to ensure that schools are connected to the internet. And the biggest question always is, why must we connect schools to the internet? If our schools are connected to the internet, then we need collaborative projects like these. The new lower secondary curriculum that is now before us and the A-level curriculum cannot be properly executed unless we collaborate and we work together. So I would like to request all of us to continue working together. If you know something, then let us organize and you come and teach us. We would like to see workshops for teachers happening. We would like to see seminars. And we would also like to see lessons happening. So if you're a teacher there and you feel that you are comfortable with a certain topic, then we bring all the students across Uganda and you deliver a lesson so that we all learn from you. So I would like to congratulate all those who have joined this morning and those who are going to join us for deciding to work together with other schools. And I know that the effort you are putting in will be beneficial to you as a school, but to all of us as a country. With those few remarks, I want to wish everyone a fruitful deliberation this morning. Let us be patient with each other. Let us listen to each other. Let us ask where we are not understanding so that together we achieve the goal of this seminar. I would like to now declare this workshop or this seminar open. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Kaziba. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ronald, for the remarks, and thank you so much for all the efforts you are putting in to ensure that schools continue to collaborate with each other. I have requested schools and I've requested teachers to take for us some photos of the students that you are with in the room where you are, and even probably the different gadgets that you are using. I'm going to request Makerere College to prepare yourself. You're going to be our first presenter. Then I'll ask Kasenyi A Secondary School to get ready. You'll be our second presenter. Then I will also ask Chigalama SS to prepare. Mr. Hawe, prepare as well. You'll be our third presenter. So Makerere College, you prepare. You'll be our first presenter for this session. I do understand that the schools, you have received the questions. These are the questions that we are going to be discussing. And we are going to be discussing the different numbers depending on the element of construct. And for each element of construct we are going to be touching, we shall be supplementing it such that children can know on what to do within that given element of construct and the different topics that we are going to be dealing with. We do know that now currently with mathematics, children are required to attempt 4 questions from the different elements of constructs, but it requires children to have prepared well before they sit in for the paper. So those who have not yet received the questions, we are going to share these questions and we are going to be discussing these items going forward. So these are the questions. Those who have not received them, we are going to be sharing them, but also we shall ask all the presenters always to first tell us the number that you are presenting such that we can continue, such that other people can be able to follow up with the discussion. So thank you so much, and allow me now to invite Makerere College to take us through the first number that they have to discuss.
Mr. Kaziwa,
Yes, Makerere College.
I would like to have the whiteboard.
Okay, you have the rights.
Okay. Must be here.
Okay, Makerere College is getting on. I'm sharing those who have not yet received the questions. I'm sharing them shortly.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you can start. Okay, can you see the screen?
It's on. The screen is on.
Okay. Okay, you can come and start. Another point up and you can start with us.
Okay, Makerere is getting set. But allow me, okay. Makerere College, ensure that you disable the screen from other people to annotate. Okay. And I will ask schools not to annotate on the screen such that Makerere can be able to present.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you in the name of the Almighty. And my name is Lubegarachik Matthew, Senior 4-year law, and I'm representing Makerere College School for this first item. We were given item 7 and item 13, but I'm going to present item 7, part A, and I would love to read the question with you as we follow in your respective schools. The question says, Melissa is watching a video on her phone. After 5 minutes, she notices her phone battery has dropped to 90%. The battery is draining at a constant rate, and she expects it will take a total of 50 minutes from full charge until the battery is completely empty if she continues watching videos without stopping. At the same time, Melissa is planning to buy a new phone during the upcoming festive season. Her dream phone costs 500,000 Ugandan shillings. The shop offers a 15% discount for customers who pay in cash. Additionally, as a loyal customer, Melissa is offered an extra 5% discount on the already reduced price. Just part essays. Find a function f of t that models the battery percentage remaining t minutes after Melissa starts watching the video, assuming the battery drains at a constant rate. So my part A is telling me to write a function that literally shows the battery percentage remaining. Yes? So I would like to simply first define what a function is. In my own words, a function is simply a way of expressing a value and getting an output in a given equation. Yes? So they want me to simply make an equation having f of t. And in this equation, it's supposed to give me the battery percentage remaining. So I'm going to present two methods, and the first one is as follows. Where is that? So as the question has said, they want a function that gives us the battery percentage remaining. But in the question, they clearly told us, they gave us some outlines, and they say for 5 minutes, the battery percentage dropped to 90%. That means in oh, sorry. What is that one? Yeah, I don't.
That's important. Let me check cricket. Let me check cricket.
Also, sorry for that. They are still doing the ICT. Yeah. Please.
Put that number, the password.
So we are back once more. And as I was saying, they've told us in the question that in 5 minutes, she notices that her battery dropped to 90%. And in 50 minutes, the battery was used up. Yeah? So in 5 minutes, the battery dropped to 90%. Wow. And in 50, the pen is not working well. In 50 minutes, it was all used up to 100%. So according to that, they want the battery that was remaining. And if you look at this, after 5 minutes, 90% was remaining. That means here 10%, that's 100 minus 90, that means 10% was what was used up. Yes? And they want what's remaining. Our 90% remain. Yes? So we are going to form a function that shows us, that gives us detail on how to get the battery percentage remaining irrespective of the time used. Yes? So we are going to, since they say that in 5 minutes, in 50 minutes, 100% was used up. That means 0 remained. That means 0% remained because 100 was done. Yes? So 0 remaining, and on the first one, 90 remaining, we are going to find the battery percentage that was drained in each minute. Yes? Here, for the 5 minutes, For the 5 minutes, 10% was what was drained, yes? So we are going to divide 10% divided by 5, and you'll get 2% per minute. And on the second one, it's going to be 100%. When you divide 100%, which was used up, you're going by 50 minutes, you're going to get 2% still. That means here, our 2% was the battery percentage used in each minute. Yes? So if 2% was used in each minute, then we are going to form a function. We are going to form a function, since they said f of t, yes? Our function f of t is going to be the total battery percentage, which is 100, minus the battery percentage of 2% per minute with the given time. Yes? We can try and use it and see whether it applies. Let me see. Let's give an example of like time of 20 minutes. Function of 20 minutes will give us 100% minus 2 times 20. This will give us 100 minus 40, and it will equal to 60%. This will be the battery percentage remaining if the battery was used up in 20 minutes. So that's one of the ways of finding the function that models the battery percentage remaining. That's 100% minus the 2% used per minute. Yes? And the other way that I saw was using equations on a straight line, knowledge of equations and a straight line. Since I said in my beginning that a function can be an equation simply to express a value in the way you want it, you come to look at equations on a straight line such as y equals to mx plus c. That is an equation, yes? So I already have, wait, let me first clear my board. Yeah. Well, so as I was saying, I'm going to use knowledge of equations on a straight line. Knowledge of equations on a straight line, y, right? No, sorry. Y equals mx plus c. So we were given, in the question, we were told that in 5 minutes, 90% was remaining, and they want the battery percentage remaining. So I'm going to form coordinates according to the battery percentage remaining. That in 5 minutes, 90% remained, and in 50 minutes, they said 100% of the battery was used up. That means 0% was remaining. Yes, those are the two coordinates that are formed. Yeah, and since I have these two coordinates, that means I can find the gradient of the slope, which is m. M is equal to change in y over change in x. So our y coordinates are these. This is x, this is y, this is y, and this one is also x. That means we are going to subtract 90 minus 0 over 5 minus 50. This will give us 90 over negative 45. When you divide this, you'll get negative 2. Negative 2. So our gradient is -2. So our gradient being -2, we are going to come our gradient being -2, we are going to come back to the formula y equals to mx plus c, and choose one of the coordinates that we have formed. I'm going to go with 5 and 90. Yes. So our y is 90. Our gradient is -2, and our x is 5. So we are going to find the y-intercept here. That would be the original value. So it's going to be 90 equals to -10 plus c. 90 plus 10 is equal to -10. -10 plus 10 plus c. So that means our c would equal to 100. So on getting 100, we are going to come and place it back into the equation. So according to our equation of y equals to mx plus c, we have the gradient, we have the coordinates. So since they want us to find the function that entails the battery percentage remaining, we are going to form another equation, which would be time that they want us to find, and the function itself, f of t rather. So we come back to our equation. We are going to substitute. This is x, this is y. In our equation, it will be the function of t is equal to -2 t plus 100. If we are to arrange it so that the negative comes last, it will be 100 minus 2t. This is the same answer that we got at first. So this is our function that entails the battery percentage remaining. So at any given minutes of the battery being drained, when you use this function, you will get the battery percentage remaining. Yes. So I'm going to invite my colleague to sum up with another method that he used to find the function. So good morning. I'm going to be dealing on the same part as my colleague said, that there's a second formula. And we all know that we are dealing with functions. So if you know what a function is, that it is used in relations, isn't it? And we know that a function is actually a mapping. But which type of mapping is it? It is a one-to-one mapping. So this is a one-to-one mapping. I'm going to start with a one-to-one mapping. And this one is my domain, and this is my range, isn't it? So in the question, we were first given that after 5 minutes, the battery percentage was what? 90%. Isn't it? And they told us that again, afterwards, she realized that if she continues watching the videos at a constant rate, the battery percentage after 50 minutes
is going to be 0%, isn't it? So we know that the first, this is our input, right? Sorry, this is a 0. So we know that this is our input and this is our output. And you know what we place in the domain? What we place the input in the domain and the output, we place it in the range, isn't it? So our first one is 5, and here it's giving us 90. But then again here we have 50 and it's giving us 0, isn't it? Right? But then later on they tell us that find a function f of t, right? So they're telling us that we should find a function f of t, but this f of t that they're talking about is the battery percentage after this. You get it, eh? So let me say the question is telling us that the t is the what? The time in minutes, right? In minutes. Right? And this our input is actually, if you realize, it is the minutes, this is the time, and this is the percentage, right? So since here they're telling our time is t, and they want us to find the function of f of t, the battery percentage, it will be in time, in t minutes, right? So we shall have here f of t, right? It will be f of t. So the first one that we put, the inputs that we have in the domain are going to be our x values, and the ones that we have in the range are going to be our y values, right? So this one will be this is going to be our x1, this is going to be our x1, and this is going to be our y1. This is going to be our x1, and this is going to be our y1. This is going to be our x2, and this is going to be our y2, right? And this one is going to be our x. They have not told us after what. You get it, eh? And this is going to be our, sorry. It's going to be our y. You get it? So we know how to find. So as you can see this, if you realize that this is actually somehow similar to the equation of a straight line of y is equals to mx plus c, but that is a long method. The one that I'm giving you is a simplified method. And we are going to have y2 let me get more space. We're going to have y2 minus y1 out of x2 minus x1 is going to be equals to y minus y1 out of x minus x1, right? So we know that our y2 is 0, right? Minus, and our y1 is 90 out of our x2 is our x2 is 50 and our x1 is 5. Is going to be equals to our y. Our y is going to be f of t minus our y1, which is 90 out of our x is t minus our x1, which is 5. So, as you can see this, now we're going to compute this and we come up with a what? An equation. So we are going to multiply, we're going to cross what? Multiply, right? We're going to multiply this and we take it this side, and then we're also going to multiply. We're going to multiply this and take it this side, right? But we're going to do that after working out this. We know that 0 minus 90 is negative 90, and 50 minus 5 is what? 45, is equals to t, f of t is equals to f of t minus 90 out of t minus 5. Negative 90 divided by 45 is negative 2, is equals to f of t minus 90 out of t minus 5. So now we're going to multiply this one times t minus okay. Sorry about that. Some ICT technicalities. So I'm going to go back to where we were. We were at negative 2 is equals to f of t minus, yes, we were at negative 2, sorry, we're at negative 2 is equals to f of t, sorry, of t minus 90 out of minus t out of 5. So I'm going to multiply times t out of 5, t minus 5 times t minus 5. So this goes with this, right? Then you're going to remain with t minus 5, negative 2 is equals to f of t minus 90, right? So this multiplies, this 2 multiplies by this, even this 2 multiplies by this. So we're going to have negative 2t, and this negative 2 is going to multiply by, going to multiply the negative 5, and we're going to have positive 10 is equals to f of t minus 90. So we are going to take this negative, we're going to collect like terms. So that means you're going to take this negative 90 this side, so that we can have an equation. So we're going to end up with f of t is equals to negative 2t plus this negative 90, when it crosses signs and comes this side, it becomes a positive. So it's going to add on the 10 and give us 100, right? So we realize that the function that they wanted is, so therefore the function that they wanted is this, which is f of t is equals to negative 2t plus 100. That is our what?
our function that our question required of us. So this is our answer. So I'm going to welcome my colleague to work on part B of the question. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. My name is Singze Davis, all the way from Macquarie College School, and I'm going to take you through part B, number 7, item 7. The question says, what is the constant rate at what is the constant rate at which Melissa's phone battery drained? As you all know, rate is a change at a given time. And we are going to use the formula of equations in a straight line, which is y is equals to mx plus c. As you all know, on our graph, slope is basically change, which is going to be our rate. Let's say this. The formula for finding our gradient, which is m, is change in y over change in x. And our coordinates are 5, which are the minutes. Yep. 90 over 80, 50. This is x. This is x1, 8. This is y1, y2. This is x, y1, and y2 minus y1 divided by yes. Zero minus 90 is negative 90. Negative 90 divided by 45. which is -2 equals -2. Since we are looking for the rate at which the battery drains, basically the negative simply means that it's reducing. So yeah. So the rate at which the battery drains is 2% per minute. Allow me to call upon my colleague to take us through. Right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nazwa Esther, all the way from McLaren College School. I'm going to take you with part C. It says, using the function, calculate the battery percentage after 30 minutes of watching the video. As my colleague in part A calculated the function to be used to find the percentage of the battery remaining. So the function is so the function is f of t equals to -2t plus 100. So the t, we are going to replace the t with the 30 minutes that she used of watching the video. We have 30 minutes. So f of t equals to 30, which equals to -2 into brackets 30 plus 100. So f of 30 equals to -2 times 30 plus 100. Remember that the 100 is in percent. So f of 30 equals to negative 60 plus 100%. So f of 30 equals to 100% minus 60, which equals to 40. So therefore, the battery percentage after 30 minutes of watching the video is 40%. Right about now, let me invite my colleague to take you through part D.
Well, good morning, everyone. So, yeah, I'm presenting part B, where I want to find the final price after all deductions have been made. So, well, we're going to start with letting the original price or the original price of the new mobile phone. Okay, sorry for that inconvenience. So, well, we want to find the final price of the mobile phone after all deductions have been made, after all discounts have been taken off. So basically, well, so we are going to start by letting yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we are going to start by letting the original price of the mobile phone to be X. We are going to let the original price. I hope you're hearing me well. Sorry for the inconveniences. We are going to let, yeah. We are going to let the original price of the phone original price, sorry. Okay. So we are going to let the original price of the mobile phone be X. So we are going to form a function. So basically it's going to be fx. Yeah. So the fx, like basically the function of the original price, is going to be equal to the discount, which was 100 minus 15, because the if anyone is to buy that phone or that mobile phone, they're going to get a 15% discount initially on buying it. So you're going to first get this discount. Yeah, X. So it's going to be 85% X. It's going to be 85% X, which is going to be equal to 0.85 X. I hope you're seeing clearly. So we have got, this is a first function. Basically, after the first discount of 15% has been made, we are going to get 0.85 X. So to continue, we are now, since Melissa is a loyal customer, Kaziba, Mr. Kaziba. Mr. Kaziba.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. We wanted to change our gadget. We have a second gadget which has Makerere College. We request you can give us access and share screen using that one. I've seen it. So we apologize for all the inconveniences. Let me start from the beginning. We say number. Thank you. Yeah. So we are going to let yeah. So we are going to let the original price of the phone to be X. So after finding our original price, we are going to form a function. The f of x is going to be equal to the discount base, which is 100 minus 15 brackets and percent. Remember, we're finding the percentage discount first. So then we are going to put x in. So now, simplify this, you're going to get 100 minus 15, which is equal to 85 percent x. So, and this can also be written as 0.85x. So this is going to represent the final price after the first discount has been made, 15%. I hope we are all on the same page. So after finding this, we know that Melissa is a loyal customer. So she's going to be given an extra discount of 5%. So
we are going to form another function, which is going to be the g of x side. Thanks this time, so yeah, I'm going to hurry up. The g of x is going to be equal to 100 minus 5, 2 brackets percent. So basically we can simplify this by also saying our 100 minus 5 equals to 95% x. It's going to be 95% x. Which can also be written as 0.95x. Hope we are clear. So after getting that, we have to find the final price after both deductions have been made. So you're going to form a function which is like g of fx. So whereby we are going to get our first one, which is 0.95. Yeah, I'm sorry to say 0.85 actually. X, 2 brackets. Yes. So I want to write 0.85x. 0.85x. Then you open a bracket. 0.95. Close the bracket. So basically, we are doing this so that you can find the function that's going to enable us to get the final price after all deductions have been made. And basically, the answer you're going to get is 0.8075x. So I would like my colleague here. So basically here, okay, let me continue. So to find the final price, we are going to remember our x stood for the original price. We're going to get that original price, which is 500,000. So we're going to get that 500,000 times 0.8075. So the answer you get is 403, 403, 750. You can actually see. So basically, to draw a conclusion, we're going to first get the extra money maybe she would have paid if she wasn't a loyal customer or if after all the deductions have been made. So we're going to first get the 500,000. We're going to first get the 500,000, which was the original price, minus the final price after deductions have been made. And the answer is 96,250. So this money we have got here represents the amount of money she has saved after all discounts have been made. So therefore, Melissa paid 403,000
750 Ghana shillings. And save. 96,250 shillings. Thank you so much. So let me allow my colleague to step on. Next time,
Okay, thank you so much, Makerere College, for taking us through the number 7. I'm going to share my screen. Yes. Okay, dear schools, the item we have been dealing with, or what Makeda has taken us through, is item number 7. And when you look at item number 7, we are targeting element of construct number 2 under patterns and algebra. When attempting items in item number 2, there are some things that you need to pay attention to. Some of the things that are going to be common under this item of patterns and algebra, it requires us to be able to apply one or more than one topic for this particular item. You have noticed that for this particular item, the children have been able to integrate equations of lines. They have gone on to have a bit of algebra. They have gone on to look at mappings and relations, but also they have looked at composite functions or functions. What does it mean? That as you are preparing for this item, dear students, you need to know all the topics, not just one topic, because an item will come whereby you need to integrate more than one topic for you to be able to do that particular item. And for these particular topics, you are going to find that the knowledge you have in these particular topics even might help you in other topics that you are going to be able to do. And what are the must do for this particular item? One, when attempting this item, please, we need to plan. These are key areas that we shall need to look out for. Before you attempt the question, first plan. What does the question require me to do? Look at the task you are going to attempt. Ask yourself, what is the possible response? What do I need to do? Number 2, communicate. Because the tasks require you to communicate what have you done. Because whenever you are attempting these scenario items, remember you must respond to them. So when you are making your conclusion, make sure you communicate basing on the scenario that you have at hand. Number 3, organize your work very well. Work organization is key if you are to score maximally for many of these items, or if not for all the items. You must be able to organize your work. And when organizing your work, please avoid writing side by side your work. Assuming that this is my page. If this is my page that I have, and I have my lines. Let me say this is my first line, this is the second line, this is the third line. When organizing your work for presentation, make sure that you write everything flowing vertically. Let me say this is your function that maybe you have obtained. This one is just an example. Maybe you have got this as your answer. Continue working out vertically and say maybe 20 minus 100 times 30. Yes, so let's have a coherence in how your work flows. So we need to look at how does the work flow. So avoid writing. Let me say you have finished right here, and then you come here and say, now f of 30 is equal to this. Then like that, and you squeeze your work. Avoid writing side by side. Present your work vertical such that the person scoring you can be able to put either a formulation mark, either a manipulation mark very well without needing to look out for where your working is. So we expect that when you are presenting your work, everything is flowing vertically. Do not write side by side after each step. Let's have our work flow. But also do not forget to make a conclusion, because these items want you to communicate. So communicate that therefore Melissa should do this and this. Number 3, when it comes to items of algebra and patterns, they require you to define variables. Do not forget that sometimes these variables are not defined, so you must be able to define them very well. Define the variables you are using. When we talk about variables, we are looking at those things that keep on changing. Let me say, in case something has not been defined, then say let T represent the time in minutes. That is what you call defining. Define what you are using. Do not just come out and say y is equal to mx plus c. Don't just come out and say y2 minus y1 out of x2 minus x1. For any variable that you are going to use, make sure that you define it such that someone who is following your work may know what you have used. And let's try to use variables that are common and related to the topic. Now for algebra and pattern, we know very well that we have equations of lines. You know, you have other topics within that sector. So we expect that you relate those variables you are using to what we have within those particular topic. So when you use C for intercept, that one can be clear. When you use Y for this, that one is very clear. Don't use things that are not common depending on the element of construct or the item that you are dealing with. Then also relate your formula to the scenario. In case the scenario is using F, do not bring in now your t and say my t is 30, my let me say y minus 2t. No, always relate to what is in the scenario. In case the scenario is using time, maybe they have told you t, then do not use any other symbol or any other variable to represent what you are doing. Let us relate always to the scenario and respond based on what the problem is in the scenario. For all the items that are being said, always there is a problem they want you to solve depending on the element of construct that you are dealing with. In this same thing, you need to expect now questions concerning how we can apply the knowledge. You are going to be finding such questions of this nature. Still, when you look at this question, requires you to know things of equations of lines. It requires you to know things of function and the rest of that. So you're going to be expecting, but always when you look at it, first study the pattern. Which kind of pattern is it? If it is increasing and increasing, then now try to find out which topic best suits this particular number or the item that I'm going to be attempting. Therefore, you need to plan better before you start the question. Look out for that particular topic that you think relates to the topic before you start attempting. So that is about algebra and pattern, and we shall continue from that point. Allow me now to first invite Chigalama SS. Chigalama, are you ready? We can have you next, Chigalama. And then from Chigalama, Kashen, please prepare, and Twins College. Bingo. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Kaziva, can you pick us?
Yes, you are very clear.
Okay. You're good. Start here. Yes, use this page. Here.
My name is Fresh from Garama SS.
Hold on. Please.
Morning, everyone. My name is Sohe Shivan from Chigarama SS. I'm to take you in number 1. And the item says, Irene received her May salary of 2,800,000 Ugandan shillings. She is drawing a financial plan for her child in senior 4 and intends to allocate the money in the ratio 4:1 for school fees, school requirements, and upkeep, respectively. According to the school policy, a student must pay 75% of the school fees on the reporting day. The remaining percent, 25%, can be paid before midterm. However, they are required to write a commitment letter which costs 25,000 Ghanaian shillings. Children who do not fulfill this requirement are not allowed in school. Thus, the school fees amount 2 million Ugandan shillings only. Eileen kept her ATM pin as 762 in base less than 9 in her notebook. When this number is converted to base 7, it becomes secure 4-digit code that she will use to access her ATM service. Task help Eileen to distribute her salary according to the planned ratio. Eileen's May salary is 2.8 million. And the ratio help Eileen to distribute her salary according to this ratio. We shall first find the total ratio. 4 plus 2 plus 1 equaling to 7. And this ratio is for school fees, school requirements, and upkeep, respectively. So we shall get for the school fees, we shall get 4, which is representing the school fees, divided by 7, the total ratio, times shillings 2.8 million. Then we shall divide 7 divided by 2.8 million. It will be equaling to shillings 400,000 times 4. It will be shillings 1,600,000. This is for the school fees. Then we shall look for money for the school requirements. We shall get 2 out of the total ratio times 2.8 million. Then we shall divide 7 divided by 2.8 million. It will be shillings 400,000 times 2, which will be shillings 800,000. Then the money allocated on the upkeep it will be 1 divided by 7 times 2.8 million. 7 divided by 2.8 million, it will be 408,000. 400,000. From there, we shall conclude as therefore, Irene's salary should be accordingly shillings 1.6 million on the school fees. Shillings 800,000 shillings and on the school requirements. And shillings 400,000 on the upkeep. This was item 1. So let me invite my colleague to take in the next part.
Thank you. Good morning, all students. Here I am Muzamodan, and I'm going to take you I'm going to take you through item 1 part B, and which the question is saying that based on our calculations, Eileen's child be allowed to report to school. Then they also say that we justify our answer. And according to our calculations, in item 1 part A, we found that the Eileen had 1,600,000 at the school fees requirements, and the school is saying that it needs 75% of for the school fees. So we shall get this 1,600,000 over 2 million at the total school fees that was needed. This is part B, item 1. Times 100%. which gives us school fees percentage of 80%. So I think you have got the percentage of the school fees that Eileen said was having. So in our conclusion, we shall conclude that Eileen is the amount of school fees to be paid okay sorry Eileen is child will be allowed in school because they allocated the money for school fees exceeds 75%. That is my conclusion. And I thank you. I will allow my colleague to take you through in number 1, part C.
Okay, Chigarama SS, before you leave the floor, kindly let's first go back. That is 2 million, not 200,000.
Okay, thank you. And that's our answer in these calculations.
Okay, we are going to pick on the questions. It seems some schools have questions first. Yes, Alele SS Juman.
No, they are asking questions. You talk. You ask the question. Who needs to ask the question? It's fine.
Oh, okay. Yes, St. Luke with SS. You may
So thank
ask.
you.
Okay.
My question is that in this B part, are you finding the percentage or the amount that Ireland is going to pay out of that 2 million?
Okay, Chigarama SS, the presenter.
We are major finding the percentage of the school fees that Eileen child was going to pay in that school.
Queen of Peace.
Is your question answered?
I was asking that at first they gave us, on part B, the first presenter, they gave us Ugandan shillings. Yet the presenter used shillings. That means shillings can be either currency of Kenyans. Should we maintain the currency which they gave us? And the second question is that if
I first converted 75% into the amount, and I get like 1,500,000 shillings. And I compare to the amount the lady had at first. Was I correct? Or it would be in percentage? That's all.
So in these questions, we have been finding out the percentage, the percentage Ugandan shillings that Eileen was having on that school.
Okay. Now this part B, you can use two approaches. His approach of comparing percentage with the initial percentage of 75% is well, but I know there are people who have also used the approach of first finding out how much the 75% yields, and then after you compare to the amount of fees that Irene had to pay. That approach is also fine. Now, where is the best thing? Now, the conclusion is what matters, how you are going to conclude. Meaning that if you first calculate the amount that that 75% yields, then in your conclusion, you will compare your amount you have obtained with the fees that Irene had to pay. If you calculate the percentage, then you compare the percentage that was supposed to be paid and the percentage the fees yields. So both approaches are very okay. Then, okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anita Mary Treasure from Chigarama Secondary School, and I'll be going through part C and D.
Chigarama SS, before you come in a bit, allow me to also make this clear. Now, when we talk about shillings, shillings is just a unit of currency. Therefore, in Uganda, those who have noticed, we are, in order to specify, because the question was using was using UGX, such that we are specific on which country we are in and which currency we are dealing with. Therefore, we should always stick to the currency units that have been used in the question. Those who have been purchasing things like Kiaka, you have noticed that they have only now using, or they're using only Yugi X. When you check out, you'll find that they're using Yugi X like that. So when you use SH, that one is a unit that can be used by any country. You can find it in Kenya, Somalia, Tanzania, and elsewhere. So shillings is just a unit of currency. So let's stick to what we have within the question always, and let's not avoid always interchanging. In case you have found that in the question they are using Yugi X, you must always stick to the Yugi X. So you make sure that you follow the currency that is being used within the question. Chigarama SS, we can continue. In case you have any questions, you can place them in the chat.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anita Mary Treasure from Chigarama Secondary School, and I'll be going through part C and D, number 1. And part C says, what is the 4-digit decimal pin that Irene will use to access her ATM services? Like presenter number 1 had already said the question, I will not repeat it. I'll start with the necessary part. It's Irene kept her ATM pin in as 762 in a base less than 9 in her notebook. When the number is converted to base 7, it becomes a 4-digit code that will secure her ATM services. So I think we shall have to change this to another base. And the question says a base less than 9. So you can choose any base as long as it's not 9 or 10. And now for us, we are going to use 8. So it will become 7 8, 2 in base 8. And we shall have to change this to base 8. Sorry, to base 7. As far as our senior one mathematics, as we study in number bases, we need to change a number from one base to another. If it's not base 10, where it has to be converted to base 10. So we first convert 7, 6 to base 8 to base 10. Base 10. And we shall first find our place values in base 8. This one holds a place value of 1s. This one holds a place value of 8s. This one, it is 8, 8s. Now we are converting. 2b2 times 1, which will equal to 2. Then you shall get 6 times 8, which will equal to 48. So got 48. Right. This will be 7 times 8 times 8, which will go to 448. So to obtain a number, we shall get 448 plus 48 plus 2, which will equal to 498. Base, it will be base 10. I know some of you are thinking of another way of using this number, which is where we shall get 7 times 8 power 2 into brackets plus 6 times 8 power 1 into brackets plus 2 times 1. If we use this method and this one, we will get the same answer. So now we shall have to change our answer to base what? To base 7, just as the question is asking. When we are changing this number, we shall have to draw a box. That shall contain the base to which you are changing to. Here it will be the number, then there will be the remainder. The number is 498 and the base is 7. So we divide 498 to 7. And what is the answer? The answer is 71, remainder 1. Then 71 by 7, you get 10, remainder 1. 10 by 7, 1 remainder 3. So we shall draw an arrow to obtain a number which will be 1, 3, 1, 1, base 7. If we get an answer here 1, we shall not continue to divide the 1 to the 7, because if we divide 1 by 7, we shall get a 0, and we all know you cannot get a 0 when you divide by 7, so we shall end at 1. So we shall have a conclusion which says that therefore the 4-digit decimal pin that Irene will use to access her ATM services is 11311. We shall not put 7 because the question does not ask for the base. So that is part C. Is there any question? Any question, members?
Okay, let's take on Queen of Peace and Matric Tech. You can ask. Queen of Peace High School.
I would like to ask that if you are saying that the presenter that you would have taken to another base less than 9, yet we are having 7, 6, and 2. I think it should be specific that the number is in base 8.
Come again.
Okay, Chigarama SS, I think the person's concern wanted us to just be more specific on the kind of base that we are dealing with. Okay. Okay, but let me hope, dear students, you have noticed that they have told you that the base was less than 9. We know very well that bases that are less than 9, we have 8, we have 7, 6, 5, and the rest of that. However, when you look at the numerals being used in 762, other bases do not have those numerals. Take an example. We know very that if I'm dealing with base 5, the largest numeral I can have is 4. So that means base 4 is eliminated completely. When you look at the second base, maybe base 5, the base 6, the largest numeral we can have is 5. So that means that you need to think critically on which base to use in case they do not specify by looking at the numerals that are being used in the number that they have given us. Second, okay. Yes, we can continue. Chigaram.
I'll still take you through part D number 1. Part D number 1 says, suppose Irene chooses to pay only 75% of her school fees and writes a commitment letter. Number 1, part D, still divided in subparts, which is I. And I is asking how much money will she spend in total on school fees on the letter. Earlier on part B, we had found out that she will pay 80%. So we should find out how much money will she pay if she pays 75%. 75 out of 100, we are finding out how much money is 75% of 2 million of the school fees. As far as our primary mathematics taught us, we know O represents a what? A what? Multiplication. So we shall put a multiplication sign. If you are willing, you can still go to the next step. We cancel this 0 with this 0, this 0 with this 0. 75 times 50,000. What is the answer? The answer is, our answer should be in shillings because this money was Ugandan shillings. Ugandan shillings, 1.5. So this is the money in 75%. So we should have to add 25,000. But where does 25,000 come from? It comes from the question where we see they're saying that, however, if a parent opts to pay 75% on the reporting day, they are required to write a commitment letter, which costs Ugandan shillings 25,000. So we shall have to add the 75% of the fees plus the 25,000 of the what? Of the commitment letter. Shall have to add. What is our answer if we add? Our answer is 1,500,000, 25,000. It is for the total money she will have to pay if she decides to pay how much? 75%. I think Irene, after having found out the proportions, she maybe decided to pay 75%. So we shall draw a conclusion. And our conclusion is, therefore, Irene will spend Ugandan shillings 1,525,000 in total on school fees and the letter. That is our answer on part D. Is there any question? So I'll proceed to number 1, part D, Roman numeral 2. Roman numeral 2 says, how much money will she have left from the amount she had allocated from school fees? If we have been following, we know that she had to pay Ugandan shillings 1,600,000 for school fees. This was the original school fees amount. So then the new school fees is Ugandan shillings 1,525,000. So the question is asking, if she's not going to pay this, the question is asking, if she's not going to pay this amount and pay this amount, what is going to be the balance of the money she had allocated for? So that means we should get the original school fees. The balance is equal to original school fees. Let's just use original minus new, because we know it's under school fees. And this is the original. Shall get Ugandan shillings 1,600,000 minus Ugandan shillings 1,525,000. Shall have to subtract. And when we subtract, our answer will be 0 minus 0 is a 0, and 0 minus 0 it's a 0. So 0 minus 5, it's impossible. So we have to borrow from the next number. We can't also borrow from what? From the next number, because it's also a 0. So we borrow from what? From the 6. We borrow a what? Here it remains 5, and we borrow the 1 here. Still, we shall, this 10 we should have to lend the 0. We borrow, and here it's a 1, and remain with 9. So 10 minus 5, we get 5. 9 minus 2, we get 7. 5 minus 5, it's 0. 1 minus 1, 0. So that means this is the money that she will have left from the school fees amount that she had allocated. So we shall draw our conclusion. Therefore, she will have left Ugandan shillings 75,000 from the amount allocated for school fees. That is our answer on part D, Roman 2. Is there any question? Is there any question?
According to the chat and the responses, people are just appreciating the work you have done. Okay. Thank you so much, Chigarama SS, for the good presentation. Dear participants, allow me now to first invite another school for number 2, such that we can be able to sum up number 2 at a go. So Kashenyi SS, kindly let us take us through item number 2, and thank you so much, Chigarama SS.
You are welcome.
Kashenyi SS, your volume. Your volume. Kashenyi SS, I can't hear you.
I think they've not unmuted.
Okay. Teacher, kindly let us help us with the volume. Yes. HP, is that Kashenyi? Okay. Kashenyi, still we can't get you. We can't get you. Okay, Mr. Richard, I don't. Oh, Mr. Richard, are you using? Okay. Oh. Okay, teacher, let me first mute you. Unmute again and we try. Kashenyi, can you unmute? Can the girl get a bit closer to the microphone, maybe? Okay. Unfortunately, I'm failing to. Okay. Unfortunately, we are failing to get questioning, but I'm going to request the teacher. Teacher, kindly, let's have you join using your phone such that we can pick the sound from your phone. Okay. Okay. As the teacher gets on, teacher, when you get on, you can let me know. Okay, as the teacher gets on, allow me to first throw more light on the element of construct number 2. Sorry, number 1. Now, element construct number 1 is about numbers, and in this particular element of construct, we shall expect students or learners to be well conversant with these topics. They should be well conversant with the topic concerning number bases. You must be well conversant with the working with integers. This is senior 1 topic, senior 1 topic, senior 1 topic, senior 1 topic. And then we have here senior 2 topic, and then we have senior 3 topic. Now, when attempting these items, they are going to be rotating around the application in our daily life, things that happen within our surrounding. And one of the common items you need to be well conversant with is the applications of fractions, percentages in the daily life, mixed together with proportions and then the ratios, but also number bases. Now, what are some of the errors that students usually make? One of the common errors is the changing of units. The way you have seen that the question gave you in UGX, but in the calculation, since we are used to using shillings, we find ourselves sticking to what? To shillings. So in case the question is using UGX, let's be consistent with what unit the question has told us to use. Number 2, some of you do not put subtitles. Subtitles are those small things. Take an example in your calculation to tell us now school fees, that now you are calculating for school fees, that now you are calculating this. And like we said, always we write our work vertically. So I expect you to put here calculations for school fees. After here, put the another one that may be this is according to the question we have been dealing with. The person had to look for school fees. Then here you put school requirements. After school requirements, you put for us another subtitle. So you logically show us what are you calculating, not just for you calculating things without telling the person who is going to score you what exactly you are presenting about. Then sometimes many of you do not conclude. Now, like the question asked you, based on your calculations, will iron be allowed? So we expect that you are going to conclude using values from the calculations you have made. So back up your conclusion with evidence from what you have made, what you have been calculating. Then we have a challenge for students failing to convert from one base to another. Base conversion is becoming a problem. Many of you have forgotten that knowledge from senior 1 on how to convert from one base to another, and it becomes worse should they use base names instead of just base digits. Then some of you are not updated about the different months, the days within the months. Some of you don't know that maybe in January we have this number of days. February we have this number of days. May we have these ones. June we have this one. So you need now, as students, you need to go on and check out in January how many days do we have. February, how many days do we have? Because a question may come whereby they have given you January and another month, let me say February, or in March, or in June. So if you don't know the number of days within those particular months, in that particular maybe year, you may not be able to pass that question. Should they ask you an application question that may require you to have those days? So please, dear students, go back and visit the calendars and be well conversant with the number of days within each month of the year. Then some of you write some incomplete formulas. A case in point, our presenter was calculating, I think it was the balance, and the presenter told us original minus the new. But what is the original and what is the new? So here we expect that you clearly define what original is, that maybe the original fees paid. What is new? Then maybe the new fees maybe after this and this. So for anything you are writing as your equation or as a formula, make sure you define clearly what you are talking about instead of you just putting old minus new, because someone may not be able to understand what is old minus new much as you are making some calculations. So make sure that whatever you are doing, there is some logic flow in what you are doing and clearly define what you are working with. Now the first part, on number bases, what are some of those common things you need to be well conversant with? Converting from one base to another. Then secondly, even you should be able to know some common names for the different what? Bases. Yes, there are some bases that are very applicable in everyday life. Remember, whenever they talk about bases, you need to now remember that bases means grouping items. Items can be grouped in twos, can be grouped in threes, can be grouped in sevens, can be grouped in eight. Therefore, you need to know you need to know the different common names for the different bases. You may not be able to know all the names for the bases, but at least go and make some research on which bases are very what? Are very common, and which name can they use in case they decide to use the name of that particular base. A case in point, I know some of you may have an idea that when it comes to tracking systems, when they are making tracking system, one of the common bases they use is base 16. Now you need to know that what is the name of base 16, that it's called an hexadecimal base. So sometimes they may want to hide something from you to check whether you can be able to tell that particular name. So in your revision, be well conversant that what a decimal base is, what a nano base is, yes, octa. So you need to know those different names when attempting this. But also we have noticed that many of you, when you are converting from base 10 going to another base, sometimes you find challenges converting. And therefore I want to bring it to your attention that whenever you are changing from one base to another, we use the BNR approach where we have the base we want, we have the number, and we have the what? The remainder. But some of you, in case the number is very big, you fail to write the remainder. And how can we get the remainder quickly? Your calculators can give you those remainders quickly. Take an example. In case the number you are dividing with, let me say you are converting something to base 6, and you divide by 6, and you get 130.833. Sometimes some of you may fail to know what remainder or what remains when you divide by 6. So how can we quickly do it? Whenever you go to your calculator, once you place 7 and they give you a decimal point like the one you are seeing on my calculator, what should you always do? I want you always to look out for this icon here, this button here, which has AB/C. So what you do, after getting the decimal point, you place that icon. The moment you place it, it's going to give you an answer of this nature. Now, once you get the answer of this nature, what do you need to do? Now, this number in the middle is always your remainder. The number in the middle, this digit in the middle here, is always your remainder. What does it mean? It means that when you have 785 and you are dividing it by 6, here you'll have, this one will be the number you write here, that this is 130. And what is the remainder? The remainder is going to be 5. So for you, look out for this number in the middle, it's going to be the remainder. However, please take note that you must ensure that the last digit here correlates or matches with the base that you are dealing with or the number you are dividing with. So if this one is okay, then please you continue. But let me give you take an example. You divide something let me say you have been dealing with maybe I wanted to give you something that the calculator can easily change. Take an example. You have uh, you have you have 30, you are dealing with 30. This is our 30, which is the number, and you are converting this to base 4. Once you place your calculator is going to give you 7, it will give you 1, it will give you 2. Now, for such a case whereby this last digit does not match with the base you are dealing with, let me say base 4, then this number in the middle is not your remainder. So what do? You'll have 7, 1 and a half like this. Then you ask yourself, what can you do to make this digit down here resemble your base? So in order for us to make it resemble, it means you multiply here by 2, multiply here by 2. Because the calculator always reduces, so 1 times 2, you get 2 out of 4. So here it means that 30 divided by 4, you'll get 7, but our remainder will be 2. So you need to pay attention to that the last thing this side must always match your base. In case it's not matching, then you go on and make it match with it such that you can continue. So you need to be well conversant with how to convert from to convert the bases. Then referring to the question we have been dealing with, they told you that this base you have been dealing with, it was a base less than 9. So you need to remember that in base 9, or you need to remember that when we're dealing with bases, we deal with numerals. And you know very that when I'm dealing with base 5, let me say my base 5, it means that the numerals in base 5, I have 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. It means that I cannot go beyond 4. When I'm dealing with base 5, I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is base 6, 4, and 5. When dealing with base 7, I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. When dealing with base 8, I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. When dealing with base 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, you notice that they told that the base is less than 9. Less than 9. That means that if it is base less than 9, it means that now this one is going to be of base 9. That means the other bases you can consider can be from base 8 up to base 2. But when you look at the numerals we use within those particular base, they should be able to help you to know where to deal with. Take an example. We had the number we are dealing with was 762. When you look at base 5, we can't have any number above 4. So this one will automatically go. When you go to base 6, we can't have any numeral above 6. And yet here we have 6. It goes. When we go to base 7, we can't have any numeral with 7. So also this one will go. That means that the only base remaining that you can work with is base what? Base 8. So therefore, it means that this item required someone to work with base 8. So this digit, what the items setter was hiding was to put here just that this was base 8. So you need to now to know how to deal with such numbers in case you meet them. Now, still on this same item, a question may appear and they tell you that a 4-digit ATM pin. And when you convert everything, take an example, you remain with 131. Yet the question said a 4-digit pin. Now, for such a case where you have done your calculations very well and you have remained with only 3 digits, then it means that you must be very creative because you know ATM machines have 4 digits as their pin. So it means that you come here and just add a 0 at the front. So that means you just say 013 1. In case it comes to mobile money, in case they say an Airtel thing or 4 digits, still you do the same. In case it is MTN, whereby MTN uses a 5-digit pin, and you have made your calculations and you have got 1331, and you are noticing the digits are 4, but yet the pin must have 5. So it means that in front here, you just add a 0 to make them 5. Because now this 0 is going to be a place holder to help you come up with the 5 digits. That will work whenever it comes to bases and dealing with things concerning pins in case something has been specified. Now, another thing that you must be well conversant is the working with integers. And here, dear students, you must know how to write in words and in figures. Many of the questions are going to involve in words, and you need to know how do you write the money from words to figures. Then the second one is the application of HCF and LCM. And these two, when you look at many of the questions, they are asking you, they are testing, do you know where we apply HCF? Do you know the cases where you need to apply LCM? Therefore, what do you need to consider? Whenever we are looking at HCF, highest common factor, highest common factor will apply in situations that will involve splitting things into smaller sections. Take an example, you have a party and you have bought your things and you are asking, how can I share something? It means that you need to apply the knowledge of HCF such that the people you have invited for your party can be able to share equally what you have or what you have been able to obtain. Now, whenever it involves things of splitting things, distributing things equally, arranging things in rows and columns, it means that they require you to know the HCF. Some of you have been doing some skills, but you wanted to know how wide, how long something should be. Now, such things will apply whenever it comes to splitting things of breaking things into smaller parts and the rest of that. That is application of HCF. Then when it comes to LCM, the application is repetition of something. Take an example. You have seen questions that involve that this gentleman exercises after 5 days. For how long will this happen? Some of you have seen DJs during your music concerts and the rest of that, playing one song, then after some time they play another song. Such things that have a repetition, it means that it is an application of the LCM. So now you need to know where am I going to apply HCF and which question would require me to apply HCF, such that now you are well conversant that once I say question of this nature, it means that I will apply LCM. When I say question of this nature, then it means I will apply HCF. Things that have to happen at the same time. Take an example, you have seen questions whereby they tell you the doctor checked on the patient at this time. The nurse also checked the same patient at this time. After how many hours will they check on the same patient? So such questions will involve using the LCM. So you need to know the application of the two. We have said HCF, it involves splitting. LCM, it involves repetition, things that occur after some time. Questions like this. This is a question. When you look at this question, you can notice that here, now here I wanted to emphasize one or two things. One, sometimes when you look at this question, you can notice that this question, they are told that the DJ had his set list prepared. According to the schedule, he was playing piano tracks every 30 minutes and Afro beats every 1 and 10 minutes. Now, when you notice here, in case you are this one, it is an application question which will involve let me check whether we're on the same page. Those who can type in the chat, which application do you think was being tested here? Is it HCF? Is it LCM? You can type in the chat if you are in position. Okay, this is an application of LCM. Now, but when you look at the time being used, this one is in minutes, 30 minutes. But here they have given you in hours. So here you do not just jump and say, my LCM I will have 30 and 1 and 10 minutes. No, they must always be in the same units. So for such a question, we shall expect that now you convert the hours and these 10 minutes into minutes. I know that here I'll deal with around 70 minutes. So you can work with minutes and minutes. Then you continue like that. And always, in case you find that it is giving you, or you are having things in fraction, then convert those fractions into whole numbers such that you can be able to work with them. So that happens for such questions. Questions of this nature, asking that you are organizing a party, what is the maximum number that you can invite? So those things, you need to know the kind of application that you'll need going forward. So that is about that number. But please and please do not forget the common errors. Do not make those simple mistakes. Always conclude, know the kind of application and plan better. Know the kind of application that is being tested, and then move on and make the calculations. Okay, let me stop at that point to share on that. And I want to just ask whether Kashen, is the mic working? Kindly help us test. Kashen, you can talk and we see. Kashen, kindly talk. Has the teacher joined? Endeavor, is this the teacher? Okay, Kashen, we are failing to get your sound. But I ask you, let the teacher join, and then we shall get you. Okay. Twins College Nabingo, you are next to take us through item. Twins College Nabingo, kindly take on the floor to take us through item number 11. Oh, Jonas. Okay, Twins College, kindly unmute and take us through item number 11.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, good morning, Twins College.
Trinity College, please.
Okay, kindly go
Okay,
on.
we're going to take you through item 11. Please.
It's item 11.
Please first hold up.
Where is that item?
Queen's College. Okay. I think Mr. Nwagaba, can you first open your microphone as Queen's College gets set?
So thank you, Mr. Kaziba. I think we can start now.
Okay, okay.
Good morning to you all. I'm Atule Pamela from Kashim Secondary School, and I'm going to discuss item 2. It reads, a group of 12 Ugandans in diaspora currently working in Saudi Arabia have been saving money monthly with a trusted businessman in Uganda. Each of them contributed Ugandan shillings 850,000 per month from January to May 2025. The businessman has informed them that their total savings can now buy a piece of land in a good location near Kampala. Here is the plan. 70% of the total savings will be used to buy the land. From the remaining balance, 2/3 will be used to pay the land surveyor. The group also requested that the land be cleared before development. The businessman explained that 6 workers can clear the land in 8 days, and each worker is paid Ugandan shillings 10,000 per day. But the group prefers it cleared within 4 days. Whatever remains after the expenses will be kept as starting capital for the next phase of development. Thus, Part A. Help the diaspora members calculate the cost of the land based on their total savings. So here, Part A wants us to calculate the cost of land basing on their total savings. So here we have each Uganda. Each Ugandan contributing Ugandan shillings 850,000. Then 70% of total savings by land. Then we have developing Ugandans. So here we are going to first calculate the monthly savings of all the 12 Ugandans. So here we are going to get the 12 Ugandans and the amount of money they save monthly. And here the answer is 10,200,000. So from here, we are going to calculate the total savings from January to May. And from January to May, we have 5 months. These are 5 months. So we are going to get this amount of money, Uganda shillings 10,200,000 times the 5 months. And the answer is 51 million. Ugandan shillings, 51 million. So from here, remember that they told us that 70% of their total savings will be used to buy land. So we get the 70% out of 100 times the total savings, and that's Ugandan shillings 51 million. So here, the answer is Ugandan shillings, Ugandan shillings 35,700,000. And therefore, don't forget to put the conclusion, and the conclusion is, therefore, the cost of land is Ugandan shillings 35,700,000. And from there, part A is over. So we continue with part B. It reads that, what is the take-home pay for the land surveyor after the land has been purchased? So, item B, part B, wants us to determine the take-home pay for the land surveyor after the land has been purchased. And remember that they told us that the take-home pay is 2/3 of the remainder. Two-thirds of the remainder. So we first calculate here, we are going to first calculate the remainder, and the remainder we are going to get the total savings, which is 51 million minus the amount of money which is going to be used to buy the land, and that's 35,700,000. And here the answer is going to be Ugandan shillings 15 million Ugandan shillings 15,300,000. So after finishing to get the remainder, we continue and calculate the take-home pay, which is 2/3 times this remainder, which is Ugandan shillings 15,300,000. here the answer is Ugandan shillings 10,200,000. And the conclusion is therefore the take-home pay for the land surveyors after the land has been purchased is Ugandan shillings 10,200,000. So my colleague is going to come and continue with part C and D. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone listening. My name is Akampura Maxima at Kashim Secondary School. And I'm mainly here to present part C and D of item 2. So, part C reads, how many more workers does the businessman need hire to meet the demands of the diaspora? So, from the item on paragraph 2, I think this paragraph is the one which can give me the answer. It reads, the group also requested that the land should be cleared before development. The businessman explained that 6 workers can clear the days and each worker is paid 10,000 Uganda shillings per day. But the group prefers the land is cleared within 4 days. Whatever remains after the expenses will be kept as starting capital for the next phase of development. So, that's it. I'll be looking for more workers. So here I begin with the title. So, the question, they are saying that 6 workers can clear the land in 8 days. So, here is the workers. I will do it workers in days. Columns in 2 rows. The first column, they are saying that workers can clear the land within 8 days. Then we don't know the workers who can clear the land in 4 days. And this worker is getting Uganda shillings 10,000 per day. So yeah, so to plan the number of more workers, you can use, maybe you can say workers are directed to the proportion of days, or workers are directed inverse to the proportion of days. But for the case of this item, for me, I can see that you can say that workers are inversely proportional to days. That's the reason is that here in the first column, the workers were 6 and days were 8. So, and in second column, the days reduced. But I expected the days increase so that the workers can be directly proportional to the days. But then, since the days have reduced, I would say that workers are inversely proportional to days. But I will first relate the workers B W and then the days B D. So W workers are inversely proportional to days. So I need to remove this sign, so I put equal sign, then constant that is part of that. So this is workers going constant over D. So I use the first column to know the value constant. So workers were and the days were 8. Then here I was multiplying. I then K equal constant K equal 48. So I use this constant and substitute in the formula by using the second column. So I again write formula. By this time I'm using 4 days. I have the constant, I have days, so I can fix that and get the workers. 5 by days, which is 4. So, like 5, I get 12 workers. But then, they need more workers. So, for them, they had, for them, For them, they had 6 workers, and these 6 workers could not do the work in 4 days. So, we have seen that 12 workers, they are the ones which can do the work in 4 days. But they want the more workers, they can add 6 workers such that they can do the they can do the work within 4 days. So I will just yeah, I'm looking for more workers. I will just get 12, then I subtract the already workers that they have, and here I'm getting workers, more workers. It will be giving me 6 more workers. And therefore I conclude that therefore 6 more workers are needed. Here, the land and that's what is the end of part C. Then for part B, the they are saying that how much money will remain as their start capital. Remember in the question, they have told us that whatever remains after these expenses will be kept as the starting capital for the next phase of development. So, the heading shall be determine how much money will remain as their start capital. Get this money, get the start capital. We shall get the total savings. Then we subtract the expense that they incurred. And so we shall be getting the start capital. So, but you don't have the total expenses. So, but the total savings, we have them as 1 million. So I first look for the total expenses. In the question, they told us that they will buy the land, pay the land surveyor, and then workers. So we look for the total expenses for those things. The total expenses will be equal to money used by land plus money paid that was paid to the land surveyor, then plus money paid to workers. So the money paid, the money that was paid for us was 35.7 million. Then we add the money that was paid by the surveyor, which is 10,200,000 shillings. Then the money that was paid to the workers, they had told us that each worker is paid 10,000 Uganda shillings. But then they are 12 workers and they shall work for 4 days. So 12 workers, the money they take in 1 day shall take 12, then we multiply the money a worker, each worker gets a day. Each worker gets a day, which is 10,000 shillings. Then this one, all of this shall multiply with 4 days they shall work. So here are we having 35.7 million. Then I add 10,200,000 shillings for the surveyor. Then when I'm getting 400 Uganda shillings, 450,000 Uganda shillings. So when I add all of this, I get total expenses as 46.38 So from there, I can easily get money that will be used as a start capital just by getting the start capital can get just by getting total savings. Then we subtract the total expense where I have the total savings at 51 million. Then I subtract total expense, which is I subtract total expense, which is 0.6, then 0.38 million. And here I'm getting money. Therefore, shall be getting 4.62 million. So this is their start capital. Therefore, we shall conclude by saying that therefore their start capital start of capital will be 4.62 billion. Then here is the end of the item. I thank you. I thank you for giving me some time to calculate this item. Is there any question?
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have some people with questions? Okay, I think it is very fine. I'm going to ask you to first extend away. I want these solutions to be clear to people. Oh, no, not to stand within the car. Okay, yes. Now, dear friends, I think you can notice how the gentleman has presented his solution. He has presented them with guiding subtitles to help the person scoring know what the gentleman is doing. So those are the subtitles we talked about, that whenever you are dealing with these items, have those subtitles that now I'm calculating the total expenses, that now the formula or I'm going to use to get the start capital is this. So always have those subtitles to guide someone following your work. Yes, I understand there is another approach we can use for the same number, more so where he used the inverse proportions. We can as well utilize that approach. Yes, for the number of days. I know there is that approach we can use of the ratio by getting how much work can be done in one day, and then you continue. But remember, this item belongs to item 1, where we apply ratios and proportions. So someone who has used the ratio approach is okay. Someone who has gone to use the inverse proportion is okay. But please do not forget that at your level, we mainly look at 2 types of proportions. Either it is direct or it is inverse proportion. Those are the ones that we shall always look at. Thank you so much, Kashenyi SS, for the good presentation. And the schools, I'll ask you that you bear with us. Some of the areas where the schools are located, the networks may not be so clear. But thank you so much, Kashenyi SS. I want to find out whether Twins College Nabingo is set. Twins College. Someone is asking, my students ask, how did he use the proportionality sign? Okay, now I don't know whether the student wants to say something about it. The presenter. The presenter, do you want to say something about it? Okay, now the approach he used for the inverse proportion.
Why I use inverse? So why I used inverse proportional sign is just that the workers in the first column they were 6, and then the days they were 8. So in the second column, I expected the days to increase from 8 to another number 8, which is 8 plus maybe x. So since it was not the case, thus it means that the the workers they were not directly proportional, therefore there was not a directly, they were not directly related. So that's why I resorted that to using that the workers are inversely proportional to the days, and that's all of the case.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Let me throw some light on that particular item just for a minute. Now, we have mainly two types of proportions that we look at. We have what we call the direct proportion, and we have what we call the indirect. Sometimes we can call it the inverse proportion. Now, when you look at the question we have been dealing with, you notice that we had two variables that we are changing. You had the workers, and then you had the number of days. And we know very well that when you have workers, initially, you notice that the number of workers we had in the question, they told us that 6 workers can clear in 8 days. And now they wanted us to find how many can clear within the 4 days. What does it mean? It means that the more the workers, more workers, it will mean that the number of days we are going to take will be less days. And that is practical, that whenever you have more productive workers, the number of days you will take will be less. And such an inequality, a proportion where you have more and less, that one goes to what we call an indirect proportion. So you have to first define that let the number of workers, or let the workers be represented by W, and let the number of days be represented by D. So when you use the inequality, when you use the proportion to be workers inversely proportional to D, that the more the workers, the less the days, and the less the days, the more the workers. And therefore, in order for us to remove this proportional sign, that's when we introduce in what we call the constant of proportionality. So we say workers will equal to K out of D, whereby K stands for the constant of proportionality. In other words, you are trying to find how much work can be done by just one person. That is the meaning of the K. That what if I have one person? How much work can that person be able to do within that one day? And therefore, we have what we call the initial these initial variables that we can use. Where there is workers, we put 6, and where there is D, we put 8. And therefore here, you can do your cross multiplication. You get your K, which is the constant of proportionality. And the moment you get your K, then it means that you'll be able to go on and say that K is 48. When you go back to the initial equation, you'll have W is equal to 48 divided by the number of days. And now this one becomes your general equation that you are going to use to calculate whether they have changed the number of workers or the number of days. Then when it comes to a direct proportion means more and more. That the more effort you put in doing something, we shall expect that the more you'll get from it. That when you read more, or when you put in a lot of effort, we shall be expecting that still a lot will come out from what you are doing. And for direct proportion, it also can be the less the less. So it can be that way around, more. Or sometimes we say an increase leads to an increase. A reduction leads to another reduction. An example I can give you is when it comes to distance and the time. That the more time you take, the more the distance that will be covered. And the less the time, the less the distance that will be covered. So that one can be a direct proportion. But also we can say that when I have distance and speed, that when I drive at a high speed, it means that I'll be able to cover more distance. But when I drive at a lower speed, it means that a small distance will be covered. So that is the kind of proportion that we can deal with. So that is a bit of proportion, but I know your teachers will continue to guide you through that. Okay, let me invite Twins College. Twins College, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, Twins College, take us through.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Mbawazlia Grace, and my school is Trinity College, Nabingo. And I'm going to take you through item 11. It's falling under the sector of data and probability in the handout that we are provided with. All right, let my colleague, Lady Vera, take us through the question first.
So the question says, in Kampala district, the government inspected 100 cars at a local garage to check their roadworthiness. The inspection revealed some common causes of failure: faulty tires, steering problems, and bodywork faults. Out of the 100 cars, 36 had faulty tires, 42 had steering issues, and 30 had bodywork problems. Some cars had multiple problems. 8 cars had both faulty tires and steering issues. 7 had both steering and bodywork problems, and 12 had both bodywork and tire faults. Additionally, the number of cars that failed due to other unrelated reasons was 5 more than the number of cars that had all 3 problems. The district committee discussed that if more than 50% of the cars have at least 2 of these problems, then they will launch a district-wide roadworthiness campaign to improve vehicle safety. Task: using the data from the sample vehicles tested, advise the district to introduce. Would you advise the district to introduce the campaign across the whole district? Give a clear reason to support your advice.
All right. As the question has stated, we are going to be reading slowly so that we extract our information. As you have read the question, you realize it's set theory. And we are going to, like they already explained to us, that as you're doing these things, you should first of all plan for your question, then communicate. Communicate, they meant that you should, like for example here,
Use this one.
our communication here is like, let F represent the number of cars with faulty tires, and then let S represent the number of cars with steering issues. Excuse me, please, the person critiquing the work, please stop. It's my presentation. All right. The question said that the government inspected 100 cars. That means that was the total number of cars that were inspected altogether. That's why we wrote it as our number of the universal. And then, teacher, I don't want this one. Okay. The number, we already told you that we communicated in our thing that let F represent the number of cars with faulty tires. Then S represent the number of cars with steering issues. Then let B represent the number of cars with bodywork problems. Before I forget, please ensure that your Venn diagram has a title of minimum words of 7 and more. I think up to 21, if I remember correctly. Yeah, they have corrected Miss 25. Okay. We are going to read together and then we shall be filling in. Now it's already filled in. So number of cars with faulty tires, it's here. Number of F. Then number of cars with steering issues is here, number of S. Then number of cars with bodywork problems is represented by B. Very nice. Okay. Out of the 100 cars, 36 had faulty tires. We wrote here 36 because F is representing number of cars with faulty tires. And then 42 had steering issues. Number of S is 42. And then 30 had bodywork problems. Yes, represented here. To continue, some cars had multiple problems. So we presented the number of cars with multiple problems as X. Yes, and then they said 7 had both steering and bodywork problems. Steering and bodywork problems are here. And here we wrote 7 minus X. The reason why we wrote 7 minus X is because the region that is being taken is the whole of this region, including the X. So if you wrote 7 here, you'll be representing even plus the X. So since part of the region is taken by X, the part of number of B and number of S only is going to be 7 minus X. If you are not getting me, please, you can inquire, feel free. 8 cars had both faulty tires and steering issues. As you've seen here, 8 minus X. Yes. And like I explained here, it works the same for here. Yes, if X is here, that means if they're saying 8 represents those that had both faulty and steering wheel problems, that means it is representing the whole of the region. So if you write only 8 here, you're limiting those who have all the 3 problems. So 8 minus X is going to show that you're representing number of F and number of S only. 12 had both bodywork and tire fault. Here, 12 minus X, the same explanation as 8X and 7. Yeah, 12 minus X. And now, we are going, since we have part of our Venn diagram filled, there was some missing number here. Let us continue reading the question. Additionally, the number of cars that failed due to other unrelated reasons was 5 more than the number of cars that had all the problems. 5 more than. So here, we never represented it, but we are going to fill it in right now. They said that was 5 more than the number of cars that had all the 3. Remember, the number that had 5 more than all that with it's x is being represented by x. So it is, if it is 5 more, I want to believe that it is 5 plus x. So on that part of neither, those who did not participate in any, we are going to put 5 plus x. Just try.
Okay.
Okay. Now, according to the Venn diagram, we want to, but calculation shall wrong. So put the big board. So it will.
Very good. Thank you, Daniel.
Hold up. I want to do it practically so that we do not work on like already calculated stuff. I want us to work it out together.
Use that. Use your and
Okay, let's continue. Oh, no. Okay, according to the Venn diagram above, let's first see the Venn diagram, then we start working out. So, okay, we are going to start working out on each part at a time. You realize that the whole of this is filled, but then you don't have the only part of F. So we are going to work out the only part of F. When you add a plus 8 minus x plus x plus 12 minus x, you're going to equate it to 36. According to how I personally work out. Pardon?
Share your screen again.
Stop share. Stop share. Share.
Okay, this is the Venn diagram. I was saying that we realize. I was saying that you realize that on the Venn diagram, we are only missing the parts of A only. I mean, number of F only, number of S only, and number of B only. So we had already said that on the another part, we are going to say x plus 5. I was saying when you add 8 minus x plus 12 minus x plus h, it should give you 36. So I personally say 36 minus into 8 minus x plus 12 minus x to get the only part. So that when I'm having the Venn diagram conflict, it is also expressed as in x form. Yeah, it's just
No
Okay.
sound, Mr. Kaziba.
Okay.
Sorry
I
about
think
that. Okay. So we are going, I was saying that to get the only parts of this, we are going to be adding, for example, here on 30, we are going to be adding 12 minus x plus 7 minus x, and then plus this unknown to get 30. So to get the unknown, we shall get 30 minus this region, so that we get the missing part. And it's going to be expressed in the form of x, so that we have only x's here, and then we get rid of the other unknowns. So I don't know how to use this. Where's the station? Okay. So I'm going to be working on the side so that it makes more sense.
okay. I'm going to request Twins College. I'm going to first request you to get I think another mode we can have this item presented. such that people can be able to get it clearly. So let me first give you some time such that you can get a better way you can have this item presented, such that everyone can be able to follow up very well. I don't know, St. Mary's Assumpta? Members, we are going to come back to this item. We are going to come back to this item. Let Trinity College first get a better way to have this item. Yes, sorry, Mary Assumpta. Mary Assumpta. Kindly unmute. Are we set, Mary Assumpta?
Okay, college, we are set.
Okay. Mary Assumpta. Okay, I'm failing to get Mary Assumpta. What about Coach SS? Coach SS? Coach SS Koboko? Coach SS, unmute. Okay. Yes. Coach SS, are you set?
Yes, we are set.
Okay. Let's have your screen.
So we're going to display on the blackboard. We're going to write with the font so that can be seen from the blackboard.
Okay, I'm failing to get Coach SS.
I'm Naina Max from St. Mary Assumpta. We are presenting item 5. Yeah, we are sharing the screen. Camera, please.
Mary Assumpta, share your screen. Okay. Stelland College, prepare. Stelland College, you prepare.
This is item 5 on harmonizing the question. I hope that all schools are having the question. So as you read your question, on harmonizing it, the A part of it says, what is the width of the carpenter's land? We are given length, that is 4 meters longer than the width, area equal to 96 meters squared. Then we are not given the width. So we let W be the width of the triangle, of the rectangle. And that is the what? that's the structure of the triangle, of the rectangle. Since we are given the area and we are to find the width, we know that the area of the rectangle is length times width. Then we substitute the given information, that is 96 meters squared, equal to, we open bracket 4 plus W, that is the length, times the W, which is the width. Then we open the bracket by multiplying 4 times W plus W times W, which gives us W squared. And the area was 96. From that equation, we can form a quadratic equation whereby we collect the information. We set W squared plus 4W minus 96 equal to 0. From the quadratic equation formed, we see that 4 is the sum and negative 96 is the product. Now, for us to ease the equation, we are supposed to get two factors. When we multiply, it will give us 96, and when we add, it gives us 4. Then the two products are, the two numbers are negative 8 and 12. So we substitute it where there is 4W, whereby we shall have W squared minus 8W plus 12W minus 96 equaling to 0. Then we group them by factorizing and expanding. We factorize the first group, that is W squared minus 8W, which gives us W into bracket W minus 8 plus. We also collect the terms, which is 12W negative 96. We open bracket 12 such that when we multiply 12 times W, it will give us 12W minus, we shall not now write 96, but we rather use 8, such that when we multiply 12 times 8 gives us 96. Then we equate it to 0. Then we factorize W into W minus 8 plus 12 into W minus 8 equaling to 0. Then we collect, we know that either W minus 8 equal to 0 or W plus 12 equal to 0. So we use either of the two. Now for W plus 12 equal to 0, when we solve it, we shall get W equal to negative 12. Then for W minus 8 equal to 0, when we solve it, we shall get W equal to 8. And for a figure, we cannot choose negative 12 as the width of the rectangle, but we shall rather use 8, which is not having negative. So we therefore conclude that the width of the carpenter's land is 8 meters. That's for the A part of the question. Now the B part of the question states that, how much profit will the carpenter earn from the school's order? Yeah, if you harmonize the scenario, you find that it's just all about simultaneous equation. So we let the double decker be y and the single decker be x. So if you harmonize it, these are the two equations that you're going to get. And for us, we solved it using elimination method. Now, if you're to use the elimination method, we have equation of 2x plus y equal to 25,000. Then 3x plus y equal to 54,000. Now, if you harmonize it to bring for you same digits, that's whereby we multiply 3 and 2. We know that if we multiply 3 times 2 gives us 6. And the same, if we multiply 2 times 3 gives us 6. So we multiply 3 by all the equation in the first one, then also multiply 2 by the entire equation. That's the second one. And when you solve it out, it will bring for you, it will bring negative 3y equal to negative 33,000. Then you divide both sides by negative 3. On dividing, you get your y as 11,000. From equation 1, that's the first equation, we choose 2x plus y equal to 25,000. Then solve it. We know that we have already gotten our y, which is 11,000. We replace it in the equation. So we say 2x plus 11,000 equal 25,000. We continue by saying 2x equal to 25,000 minus 11,000. Our 2x equal to 14,000. So we have to solve it by dividing both sides by 2. So you divide 2x by 2. You also divide the 14,000 by 2. Then find your x as 7,000. That's the value for x and y. Then the question was saying that how much profit will the carpenter earn from the school's order? So from the scenario, we are given, from the scenario, they say that now the school has asked him to supply 5 single beds and 2 double-decker beds. And the carpenter wants to estimate how much profit he will make from this order. So you put the profit function whereby you have 5x, that's the order, plus the 2y, which is the order of the school. You replace the unknown numbers by the digits that you've already gotten as your x and y, whereby we shall have 5 times 7,000 plus 2 times 11,000. If you harmonize it and place it in your calculator, you get your profit as 55,000. Therefore, we shall end by saying the carpenter will earn a profit of Ugandan shilling 57,000. Thank you so much for giving me your time. Any question for us?
Yes, the first one, they are requesting you to go back and then you scroll through slowly. Then I'm seeing a hand from Jordan. Jordan, you may ask. Jordan ask. Okay. Saint Luke, you may ask.
So thank you, the presenter of this item. So my question is, from the quadratic equation formed, is that if there are factors, are we restricted to use the factorization method, or we can also use bulldozer method?
Okay, it's not a must that you're supposed to use factorization method, but if you can use the bulldozer method, you can also use it and other methods that you know.
Okay, thank you. Mother Mary Hill. Mother Mary Hill. Okay. Okay. Kanji Secondary School. Okay. Okay, I think it is okay. Yes. So, dear students, feel free always to use any method you are well conversant with. And secondly, always learn to conclude your answers, but also you must always reason out depending on the values you have already or you have obtained. So you have noticed that this child went on and ignored the negative 12 because we may not be able or we cannot have a negative with it depending on the question that we are dealing with. Okay. Yes, even at solving spontaneous equation, feel free to use any method as long as it is what is easier for you. Yes, unless they have specified. But here in competence-based, many times we do not specify. We want you to use any approach that you feel is very easy for you that will lead you to the answer. So someone who has used elimination method, substitution method, graphical method, and any other method is okay as long as you plan well for that time, because some methods are lengthy and sometimes you may not be able to complete if you take on that direction. CJ? Okay. Thank you so much, St. Mary's Assumpta, for the presentation. Yes, I wanted to find out whether Sisterland College, you are set. Sisterland College.
Sisterland College. Sisterland College. Sisterland College.
Sisterland College, kindly raise your hand. I'm not seeing you. Sisterland College. Okay, Sisterland College, if you are not here, Sisterland College, are you on? You may. Okay, then we had Polokoto. I don't know whether now you are set. Polokoto, are you set now? Okay, in case Polokoto is not yet set, we are going to have Coach SS. I don't know whether you are set. Coach Secondary School, are you set?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Elus SS, you can send me a message whether we are set. Elus SS, okay. Okay. Coach SS, we can start.
Hi everyone.
Coach.
Could you help us unmute for us the phone, because we are using the phone to display on the blackboard?
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Hi everyone.
You mute that one. You mute
My
it.
name is Asido Jerry, representative of Kochi Secondary School. Kochi Secondary School. I'm here to present item 3. Item 3. It reads: a textile company in Jinja produces short sleeve shirts and long sleeve shirts. Market research indicates unexpected daily demand of at least 100 short sleeve shirts and 80 long sleeve shirts. Due to production capacity limits, the factory can make not more than 200 short sleeve shirts and 170 long sleeve shirts each day. To fulfill a shipping contract, a total of at least 200 shirts must be shipped daily. Each short-sleeved shirt should results in a loss of Ugandan shillings 2,000, while each long-sleeved shirt produces a profit of Ugandan shillings 5,000. The task says, express the conditions for making shirts as inequalities. Show the feasible region for these inequalities on a Cartesian plane. But see, determine the number of short sleeve and long sleeve shirts that should be manufactured daily to maximize net profits. After reading through this task, reading through the item, you realize that it's mainly focusing on linear programming. Therefore, concerning linear programming, we must follow the following. There's need for us to introduce unknowns, which are only x and y, because we are going to deal with the Cartesian plane, which only has the x-axis and y-axis. Therefore, there's no need for you to use any other unknown apart from x and y. So, to have an attack on this item, before I go into the item, we must note that in linear programming, there are some limitations that are given, which are called as constraints. Constraints. These are the limitations that a particular person wants to, if maximizing or minimizing will be based on. Therefore, the constraints I'm talking about, in other words, are the inequalities that are involved in the item. As we peruse through this item, we shall be in position to identify the constraints or the limitations as far as this company's business is concerned. To start with, it's always a must for us to have the unknowns introduced. If we read through the item, a textile company in Jinja produces short-sleeved shirts and long-sleeved shirts. It means the number of short-sleeved and long-sleeved shirts are the ones that we don't know. Therefore, there will be possibility for us to introduce the x and y according to which one it comes first. For this case, we have the short-sleeved shirt first. Therefore, we are going to say, let the number of short-sleeved shirts be letter X, and the number of long sleeve shirts be Y, following the statement. After this, we shall come to the constraints that I talked of. These constraints will base on certain words that are commonly used in linear programming. We have words like at most, at least, more than, less than, not more than, not less than. Therefore, as a student, we must keep these words in our mind whenever we shall be answering linear programming item. In any case, we get such words, we must know how to represent them. At most means less than or equals to. At least means greater than or equals to. More than is represented by this sign. Less than using this sign. Not more than means less than or equal to, among others. So as we read through this item, we shall realize that such words have been used. Market research indicates an expected daily demand of at least 100 short sleeve shirts. That is a condition which this company has to obey as far as the market is concerned. Therefore, our X, which is representing the short sleeve shirts, since they have used at least, therefore we're going to use greater or equal to 100. And this happens to be our inequality 1. We continue of at least 100 short sleeve shirts and 80 long sleeve shirts. It means that the at least is catering for both the short sleeve shirts and then long sleeve shirts. Our Y is greater or equal to 80. This is our inequality 2. Due to production capacity limits, the factory can make not more than 200 short sleeve shirts. It means that the number of shirts, which is represented by X, should not be more than 200. Therefore, it will be less or equal to 200. And this happens to be our inequality 3. And at the same time, 170 long sleeve shirts. Our Y is less or equal to 170. And this is our inequality. Our inequality 4. We proceed. To fulfill a shipping contract, a total of at least 200 shirts must be shipped daily. It means that the sum of the shirts of short sleeve shirts and then the long sleeve shirts in total must be at least. At least means 2. At least means greater or equal to. Therefore, our X plus Y should be at least 200 if they are added. That's our inequality 5. We proceed. Each short sleeve shirt sold results in a loss of 2,000 Ugandan shillings, while each long sleeve shirt produces a profit of Ugandan shillings 5,000. So this is indicating the objective function as far as linear programming is concerned. Therefore, we're not going to plot it on the graph. These are the inequalities that can be formed. However, we have the following as the non-negatives, which are also part in these inequalities. The non-negatives include x is greater or equal to 0. It means that we are dealing with real life situation. Real life situation whereby we cannot, in fact, have negative number of chance or negative one. Therefore, we have to have x is greater or equal to 0. This would be our inequality 6. On the other side, y is greater or equal to 0. Equality 7. Then our objective function comes next. Our objective function says that each short-lived SAT solely results in a loss of Uganda shillings 2,000. Meanwhile, each long-lived SAT produces a profit of 5,000. Therefore, I may say let the objective function be, let the profit, since we are calculating the net profit, I'm now saying let the net profit equal to P. Therefore, our P will equal to, since a loss will be encountered, I may have negative 2,000 x plus the 5,000 y on each long-lived SAT. All the same, you may have 5,000 y minus 2,000 x. So this is our objective function that we are going to base on in order to get clearly what the company desires. Immediately after this, if you are to follow from task 1, A says, express the conditions for making SATs as inequalities. So this is how our SATs may be expressed in form of inequalities in order to suit the company's conditions. Part B is saying, show the feasible region for these inequalities on a Cartesian plane. We all know that the Cartesian plane, when we are plotting, there's no need for us to plot the inequalities. We plot equations. Therefore, there's need for us to have boundary equations for these inequalities. Our boundary equations and points to plot. Therefore, from the first inequality, which is x is greater or equal to 100, our equation shall be x is equal to 100. This is our equation 1. From inequality 2, which is y is greater or equal to 80, therefore our equation will be y is equal to 80. This will be equation 2. From inequality 3, x is less or equal to 200. Therefore, our x will equal to 200. And our equation 3. Equality 4, y is less or equal to 170. Our y is equals to 170 as the inequality, and it's equality 4. Y, let me have the non-zeros, because there are no points that we are going to get that we may plot on the Cartesian plane. The non-zeros, we have x is greater or equal to 0. Therefore, the equation will be x is equals to 0, and it will be our equation 5. Y is greater or equal to 0. Our equation is y is equals to 0. This is our equation 6. Coming to this, whenever you're dealing with a linear programming item, and you realize that there are two unknowns in that inequality, there's need for you to get points to plot. So, from the equality x plus y is greater or equal to 200, our equation shall be x plus y is equals to 200. And this happens to be our equation 7. Now, at this point, we're going to have points that we're going to plot on the Cartesian plane. Our equation is x plus y is equals to 200. Now, this one depends on taker. You may just say, when my x is equals to 0, what will be y? It's an assumption. You may assume any figure that you want, but it should suit your scale that you're going to use for plotting on the graph. Therefore, when my x is 0, automatically my y will be 200. How I have got this y is just through substituting the x here for x, the 0 for x, and then from there 0 plus y, I will get 200. If you have to form a table for this, x and the y. I have seen when x is 0, substitute this 0 for x in the equation and then get the value of y. You realize that y will be 200. It's not a crime to always begin with 0. You may start with any figure of your choice. What will be my x? X will be 200. Just substitute. If your y is 0, substitute the 0 for y, and then add. You'll find that your x will be 200. Then after this, there's need for us to have the coordinates that we are going to plot in order to find the line that will join this equation. So our coordinates are in form of x and y. We all know that. Here, the first coordinate will be x and y, which is 0 and 200. Then the second one will be value of x, which is 200, and then 0. So these are the coordinates that we are going to use in order to get the line on the Cartesian plane. Having known this, we are responding now to task B, which says, show the feasible region of these inequalities on a Cartesian plane. Just like what I've said, we're going to have the equations on the Cartesian plane. Those that have two inequality, two unknowns, get points to plot, which are these. Therefore, I would like us to show the Cartesian plane, and then we plot. Okay. For the Cartesian plane, we are not going to plot the inequalities, but rather we shall plot the equations. Therefore, as far as the graph is concerned, mine is just an illustration, but I hope you'll do yours better using a graph paper. This is our x-axis. And then here we have our y-axis. After receiving the graph paper like this, you must have a title for what you are going to present. Therefore, our title shall be a graph for inequalities as listed here. A graph for inequalities x is greater or equal to 100, y is greater or equal to 80, x is less or equal to 200, y is greater or equal to 170. I think this is less or equal to. And then we have the non-zero. X is greater or equal to 0. Y is greater or equal to 0. X plus y is greater or equal to 200. So these are the inequalities that we are going to shade on the graph. But plotting the lines, we shall use the equations that we had. Therefore, immediately after having this, there's need for you to have your scale. Your scale. After receiving the graph paper, go to the extreme corner, count 3 centimeter squares, in order for you to have your scale written. Some people may choose to have it here. It's not a crime, but here will make your work to look neat. Have 3 centimeters from below, and then you may have your scale. Let me have mine here. This is our scale. We have the vertical scale. How do we get the scale? Come to your points. On the y-axis, which value is the greatest? We realize that it's in 200. 200 is greater. Then after this, move ahead. Get how many 1 centimeter squares you are able to obtain from 0 up to the extreme end. But of course, you have to leave 1 O2 for the title that you have, subtract those ones away, and then get the number. After that, you divide through by the number of 1 square centimeter squares. When you divide through, taking the graph of your name, 24, we have 23 centimeter, 24 squares on the vertical axis. Therefore, after eliminating some, you realize that you will have 19 squares. After this, you divide this by this, and then use your convenience scales. The convenience scales are 1, 2, and 5. After dividing this, when you realize that it falls in between 2 and 1 and 2, you consider the next value. If it is in between 2 and 5, consider the next. But we have
so we can be able to use what is projected on our screen. I think that one can help us. But the skills of plotting these graphs is what he had been trying to explain. But in order to save time, members, we shall be able to use now what has been projected.
Okay, from the graph. From the graph above, we realize that our scale at the horizontal, we have the horizontal, we have 1 centimeter represents 10 units. And the vertical scale, 2 centimeters are representing 20 units. It means that 1 centimeter represents 10. We are using 20 because we don't want to congest in order for it to look so nice. Coming to plotting, we first start with our equation y is equal to 80. We realize that y is equal to 80. Y is equal to 80. Checking on our graph, having drawn the correct scale, we realize that our 80 just lies exactly on one of the points that we have on the graph. So there's no need for you to have much calculations there. You only draw your line along that. After drawing that, you have to name it, label it as y is equal to 80. From that, we determine the wanted and unwanted region. How do we do that? You may choose to have points below the line and then compare. Is the point selected more than y or less than y, basing on the equality? Which means points that are more than 80 are above of the line. Therefore, we shall shade the downer part of the graph, indicating that the values are unwanted. Having drawn that, we have the next equation, which is x is equal to 100. X is equal to 100. After locating that x is equal to 100, you draw it. One thing that I forgot is that if there are two sides, you must use a full line, not a dotted line. The full signs I'm trying to mean are the full signs if the signs are less or equal to or more or equal to. But when it is only less than or greater than, you only
you use dotted lines for joining your points. Therefore, we have used all full lines because all the inequalities have two sides. X is equal to 100. After locating it, you come and detect which side of the line is wanted. Is it the right hand side or is the left hand side which is wanted? Choose one side from either the right hand side or left hand side. The moment your answer is no, say that part. But when it is yes, that is the wanted region, say the opposite part. Having done that, we have the third equation, which is x is less or equal to 200 using the scale, suitable scale. After locating that, we realize that it's just a straight line and we have two sides created. To detect which side is wanted or unwanted, we also do the same. We get points. We use the inequality now. Get points from right hand side and then left hand side. 2 points. And then after that, you substitute it for x. If your answer is no, say that part. And if it is yes, leave it and say the opposite side. Having done that, we have our non-zero equations, which are x is equal to 0 and y is equal to 0. Since we have limitations that are already stated, like the x is equal to 100, y is equal to 80, there's no need for us to now set them again because they're already eliminated. Otherwise, if they were not, there's need for us to have them shaded. The last equation is x plus y is equal to 200. Therefore, we use the points that we had got, which are 0 and 200, 0, 200, 200 and 0. After locating those points, we have to join them using a straight line, a bold line, not dotted. After that, locate which side is wanted and unwanted. That can be done by taking points from either sides. You may take the left-hand side or the right-hand side. Apply the same technique. Substitute the values of x and y in those coordinates. If your answer is greater or equal to 200, it means that side is wanted. But if it is less or equal to 200, it means that that side is unwanted. You have to set it. This is done with the graph. Coming to item 3, part C. Part B was that we should show the feasible region. Therefore, having drawn that, we will have shown the feasible region on the graph. Let's come to part C. That says determine the number of short sleeve and that maximize the profit.
We shall consider the points that maximize the profit. And these points happen to be, assuming that this is our feasible region, I'm illustrating. points that lie above this to maximize the profit. Otherwise, points below this, we may not have a maximum profit. However, the profit may be realized, it may not be all that much. Therefore, there's need for us to locate the points on the Cartesian plane. Taking the points A, B, C, D, and E does not mean that these are the only points that you can use in order to answer that part, basing on how our graph looked like. You may also have points in the middle. Therefore, in order for us to have in order for us to not do or waste much time on that item, we can select these points A, B, C, D, and E. I selected them because we are having a bold line, not a dotted line. Otherwise, if we had dotted lines that are joined at that point, we may not take points at this part. Therefore, other points in between the graph, you may consider them and test using this. We shall test them using our objective function. Objective function from our net profit, which was P, equals to 5,000 y minus 2,000 x. We then substitute this in the suitable table below. Where here we have the coordinates. The coordinates in form of x and y. We have our calculations, and then finally our net profit. Therefore, our calculations will be based on the points that we get from the Cartesian plane. If you feel like not to use these points, you may also select others. As I said before, according to mine, point A, we have 120 and 80 as one of the coordinates. The calculations are in form of substituting this in our objective function. Therefore, our 5,000 times the value of y, which is 80, you must be conscious, because some people may think, since y is here, this may be y. Y is the other side. We're multiplying by 80. And then we subtract 2,000 times the value of x, which is 120. Therefore, we may be in position to get here 200,000 minus 240,000. On subtracting this, we may realize that our net profit will be 160,000. But we must put in our mind that the net profit is in form of Ugandan shillings. So there's need for you to indicate there UGX. That is part A. Coming to B, point B. The coordinates there, we have 100, 100 and 100.
as the points X and Y. Therefore, also do the same, we multiply 5,000 times 100 minus 200, 2,000 times 100, where we shall realize here, it will be 500,000 minus 200,000. On calculating this, we shall realize our net profit as 300,000 Ugandan shillings. That is point B. We're testing for all this because we need to get a maximum net profit. Otherwise, if you only take 1 point, you may not get the maximum profit. We come to point C, which is 170. 170. We also do the same. We multiply 5,000 times 170 minus 2,000 times 100. We shall realize that here we may have 850,000 minus 200,000. Therefore, on calculating this, our net profit shall be 650,000. Coming to part D, point D. Point D, we still have our coordinates. Following the same table, point D has coordinates 200 and 170. On calculating this, we may have 170 times 5,000, or yes, we say 5,000 times 170 minus 200 times 2,000. Therefore, we may get here 850,000 minus 200,000. On calculating this, our net profit shall be, it's 400,000. Our net profit shall be 450,000. The last point, which is E, 200. Sorry, it is 280 as the coordinate, and then we subject it to the calculation, which is 200 times 5,000, and then minus 2,000 times 80. On multiplying this, we get 400,000. 400,000 minus. If you multiply this, we also get 400,000. Therefore, it means that our net profit, if you subtract this minus this, we shall have here a net profit of 0. This table will help you to have a conclusion on the number of shots the company has to make. Therefore, if you take a look at the table, you may realize here we have 0 as a profit,
450 as a profit, 160 as the net profit, 300 as the net profit, 650 as the net profit. Then ask yourself, which one is maximum among these? Is it 0? Is it this? That? Use common sense, then answer yourself. We realize that it is 650 as our maximum net profit. Therefore, from above calculation, the maximum profit, net profit, the maximum profit equals to 650,000. That's not all. Identify the points that give 650,000 as your maximum profit. Just simple, look at the table. Our 650 is here. Which points to that? We have 100 and 170. From the points that suit this, points that suit that, it is point C, which has the coordinates 100 and 170. Now remember earlier on, we said that X is representing the number of short-lived shots, and the Y is representing number of long-lived shots. Therefore, this company, 100 short-lived shots and 170 long-lived shots should be made in order to suit the conditions made. So that's all with my presentation. If there's a question for me, you are free to ask.
Wow. Thank you so much, Coach Secondary School. I'm seeing some hands up, so we are going to first take on those hands. Okay, we start with Paul. Paul, unmute.
Thanks for the presentation. Would like to ask that if you are given I would like to ask that how many inequalities should you plot in a given graph? Even though you had 7 inequalities, like 10, you would have plotted them in the graph, and also the heading, the title. Like for us, we are told that it is better that you use a graph showing a feasible region. So more help there. But thanks for your great work.
Okay, Coach, can you first respond to that?
Okay. Sorry. Concerning the title, you may not be limited to have any title you have. But concerning the title, in mathematics, you might be so keen that titles in other subjects like history, in physics, geography may differ from mathematics. Therefore, the graph that we had a title, a graph for inequalities x is greater, and then the equalities as shown for you here. Therefore, what we are only plotting are this, I had said the equations which we are going to use these inequalities for shading. And after shading, we may realize that we get the feasible region. The feasible region is as a result of shading the inequalities that we have indicated there. All the same, if you have a title saying a graph of these inequalities showing the feasible region, there's no problem. Thank you so much. You ask the other. Is there any question? Is there any other question for me? They're not there. That's okay. Okay, if there's no question.
Yes, I think other questions, we shall deal with them at a later time. But those who may have questions, feel free to place them in the chat and they will be responded to. But dear students, I would like to first highlight some of the things you need to pay attention to that will cost you if you are not careful with numbers concerning patterns and algebra, more so when it comes to linear programming. Now, one of the things that students are failing, or some of the causes on why students are failing to pass this particular item, one of them is the long inequality symbols. Many of you do not know which inequality to use. That when I have at most, when I have no more, when I have this inequality, which one should I use? And therefore, please invest time to learn which inequality to use and which words do they use to mean a particular inequality. Number two is the long feasible region. Some of you, when you are shading, you do fail to get a feasible region where you can obtain your optimum points. Therefore, always whenever you are dealing with the linear programming, we do expect to remain with a feasible region. But also you have challenges identifying the optimal points, because in case this is the graph you are having, you know very well that many times in order for you to get the maximum or the minimum points, the first areas to look at these sharp points here. If all your lines are solid lines, those are mainly the points that will give you either the maximum or the minimum points. Then after that, sample a few points along the line and along within the region. However, please take note, in case you have, let me say this is your inequality, and you have something like this. Now, for such, we do not expect you to pick any point from this point, from this point, and from this point, because these points, when you look at this dotted line, it shows us that it's not part of the solution. Therefore, whenever you are dealing with inequalities less than, greater than, whereby that inequality is not part of the solution, then we do not expect you to pick a point where it intersects or any point along that particular line. So for such, this one will be eliminated. Here it will be eliminated because the intersection is between a needed a line that is bold and this one that is dotted. So such points will not give you the maximum or the minimum because they are not part of the solution. Therefore, always consider where we have borderlines when you are meeting such. Then I want you to pay attention to the scale you are using. So whenever you are using a scale, let me say this is your vertical axis. Be consistent with the scale that 0, 40, 80, 120 and the rest of that. But do not have a scale whereby here you have 0, here you have 40, here you have 60, and then you come here you have 100. This one is not a consistent scale, meaning that you are going to have challenges when you are drawing, that your graph will not come out. Consequently, the results you'll get will be wrong. So pay attention to the scale. Use a uniform scale throughout. In case along the vertical you have decided to set that 2 centimeters will represent 40 something, then let it be 40 every after 2 centimeters. In case along the horizontal you have used 10 centimeters to represent 2 centimeters, then be consistent with that. Do not change scales because you want your graph to fit. And always first know which scale will help me achieve my target. By looking at the X values and the Y values, look at the tables you have come up with, identify which table or which value has the biggest value such that it can help you to know which scale you are going to use along the X and along the Y axis. So for this one, allow me to but these are just a few steps that you need to know, that always obtain the constraints, then have a table intercept approach is always quicker. A table intercept approach means that in case you have 2x plus y maybe is equal to 4. Here we need just 2 points are enough for you to be able to draw a line, whereby you say that when my x here under intercept, when x is 0, come substitute here 0, get your y as 4. Then say when y is 0, what is my x? However, please, if you are dealing with a number, let me say you have 3x plus y is equal to 4. You may notice that when x is 0, y is 4. But when you put in y, when you put in y equals to 0, you notice that your x will be 4 out of 3, which will give you points. Therefore, here you can write your answer to 1 decimal point. But here, for such cases where you are meeting some points, when you are using the intercept approach, then please, we do ask you that increase on the number of values you are going to plot such that you are very accurate, so you can include in the table another value of x and another value of y, at least 2 or 3, such that your line can come out very well, more so if you have challenges with plotting decimal points. Then I'm going to, how do we maximize points? But I'm going to first concentrate mainly on where we have the graphing approach, where you are graphing. When you look at the graph, please, you must label very well your graph. And when we are labeling our graph, there are things that we shall expect, that now you have been dealing with shirts, you have been dealing with long sleeve. We expect that along your axis you put number of long sleeved shirts. Then you write it, number of long sleeved shirts, number of short sleeved shirts. That is what we call the labeling. Then have your title. And what is the title? Now, the title here can be a graph showing the feasible region of the something like that. A graph showing the feasible region of the tailor's condition. Something like that. But now, sometimes you want to be specific on the inequalities you are going to plot. God forbid one of those inequalities you are putting there, that a graph showing these inequalities. In case 1 or 2 are wrong, then it means that someone can easily ignore it because it means that it is not correct. So avoid being specific on the inequalities when you are stating your title. Just say a graph showing the feasible region of this and this. That is enough. Then have your scale. I've talked about consistent and appropriate scale. Have your scale indicated that 2 centimeters represent this along the horizontal axis. You can say horizontal axis 2 centimeters represent this, vertical scale 2 centimeters represent this, or 1 centimeter. Then plot and draw your lines, shade off the unwanted region, name the lines with equations. That one, please be very careful when you are labeling your line. In case your line Let me say this is my line and I know it is y is equal to x. Label the line y is equal to x. Do not put inequalities that y less than x. Do not label inequality, but label the line y is equal to x. And here, if indicate for us the feasible region, we need to look at that region that has remained. Sometimes some people even go and write their feasible region, but make sure. Now, where is the problem? Now, all these points I've stated, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, will always carry a mark. Labeling will carry mark. Consistent scale and appropriate scale will carry mark. Plotting and drawing a line carry mark. Shading carries the mark. Naming lines with equations carries the mark. Correct feasible region will carry mark. However, if, please take note, if a learner has inconsistent scale, that means that you are going to miss all these scores here. All these scales that I'm labeled. You are going to miss a scale for plotting and drawing lines. You are going to miss a mark for shading of unwanted region. You are going to miss a mark and you are going to miss a mark. So having a scale that is not consistent, you lose out about 4 scores on that particular number. So be very careful whenever you are dealing with scale and make sure that your graph is very good. Be neat. Let your graph be visible, but be very neat. Like you have seen our friend's graph for coach. It was a very good graph and many of the things were included there. So let us be neat when we are dealing with the thing. Then also, when we are making the conclusion, we must respond to the question. Make sure you give a response to the question, what the question is asking you for. So you must be able to conclude very well basing. And like always, we do encourage using the table approach. It is very quick. Other than you picking one point, you calculate, pick another point, calculate, pick another point and do the calculation. So we encourage you, if possible, use the table approach in case when you are finding the optimal, because they are going to award you for having an optimal point. They are going to award you for the output, because they look at the optimal point and then they look out for the output. Output is like the result you get when you feed the optimal point into the objective function. But do not forget to give a response in line with what you have, because those conclusions, you'll find that they can take 2 scores if you give a conclusion. And we expect conclusion that maybe the tailor can make more of this and this and this and this. So say a tailor can make maybe 60 long sleeve shirts and 90 this, to be able to maximize or to be able to minimize the profits and the rest of that. So we shall expect such things. So please make sure that when you are preparing for this number, as well, do not forget to define the variables you are using before you start the number. That should be the opening statement, that let x represent the number of this, let y represent this, such that everything is very clear. Someone asked, is it okay to use any other thing apart from x and y? It would be very okay, but sometimes we may not be in position to relate x and y very well. Let me say you have used a. It may confuse you to relate what am I going to put along the x-axis and what am I going to put along the y-axis. So for such cases, we do encourage that we may use the x and y because it will be very easy for the children to draw, and it will be very easy. It will be very easy for us to do to plot on our graph. Where possible, even you can go on and put the what? And put for us the subtitles that these are the Taylor's conditions or inequalities. Then also you tell us these are the equations. And please distinguish between what we call an inequality and what we call equations. Equations, we shall expect you to have an equal sign. Then inequalities, we don't have an equal sign. I think those who looked at last year's paper, you might have noticed they told them inequalities and equations. So in case this is your inequality, y is less than or equal to maybe, let me say 100, we expect you that also you have an equation telling us that y is equal to 100. This is an equation and this is an inequality. So you need to give the two at one point. So you have to read the question very well before you make a conclusion. Then there are some words that are commonly used, but these are some of the words you should be expecting to be used in the different scenarios that you are going to be meeting. I know one of the common words they use is the word at least, minimum, but also please pay attention. Whenever you see a negation word, a no, no more than, no this, that means that your inequality will have an equal on it. Whenever you find negation, things with the not, no, does not, those ones, your inequality must have an equal. So that one, please take note about it. When they say exceed, it means something is greater than. So expect such words to be used: exceed, above, more than, fewer than, shorter than, below. So at least make sure that for each of the inequalities we have, at least you know about 4 words that can be used to mean that given inequality. So allow me to end there on this item concerning patterns. But dear students, make sure that you do as many items as you can concerning this particular one. But I think there is a question. Kome Secondary School, you may ask. Kome, unmute.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, you are clear.
So I was asking that number 7. Okay, for us, we have come late, and I was asking how can we get the solution for number 7?
Oh, number 7. We shall be sharing the recording.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. That is a brief. I want to check out whether Trinity College you are ready now. And then we go through that item because it is also very crucial. Trinity College, are you there? Okay. In case Trinity
We are
College.
ready.
Okay.
We are ready.
Okay.
Good evening. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nancy, and we are going to go through item 11. So, item 11 is a set. First, wait, and I put it on the screen. Yeah. So I'm going to draw so that you can be able to see. Yes, so we're drawing the 3 circles for the faulty tires, the steering problems, and the bodywork faults. What is this? So, in the question, they told us that out of the 100 cars, 36 had faulty tires, 42 had steering issues, and 30 had bodywork problems. So, the number of F
So let F represent 36, the number of F. So let F represent the number of voltage tires, and S represent the number of steering problems, and B represents the number of bodywork faults. So in the question, they told us that we have 36 faulty tires, and we have 42 steering issues, and 30 bodywork problems. So the number of F, which is representing the faulty tires, is equal to 36. And the number of S, which is representing the steering issues, is equal to 42. And the number of B, which is representing the bodywork problems, is equal to 30. So they continue to tell us that some cars had multiple problems. So let X represent the number of cars that have multiple problems. Then 8 cars had both faulty tires and steering issues. So we go to the number of F and S, the intersection. It's going to be represented by 8 minus X. The reason why we subtract X is because some X members are included in the number of F intersection S. Then they also told us that 12 had bodywork and tire faults. Someone else is working on it. So, in the number of B intersection T, in the number of B intersection S, right? We are going to put 12 minus X. The reason why we shall subtract X also is because some of those who are in X are represented in the number of S intersection B. Yeah. Yes. So they continue to tell us that additionally, the number of cars that failed due to other unrelated reasons was 5 more. Was 5 more than the number of cars that had all 3 problems. But they also told us that the number of S intersection B is 7. So since some of the X members are represented in the number of S intersection B, we shall subtract X. And then for the additionally, the number of cars that failed due to other unrelated reasons was 5 more than the number of cars that had all 3 problems. So the number of cars that had all 3 problems is X. So we shall add X plus 5 to get the 5 more than the number of cars that had all 3 problems. Yes. So as you see, we have completed the Venn diagram, but don't forget to write the title of the Venn diagram. So you can say a Venn diagram showing the number of cars. So you can say a Venn diagram showing the number of cars inspected by government. Okay,
And whoever's writing on the thing, please stop. Yes. So, when we go to part B, before we go to part B, you see that there are still 3 parts in the diagram that are not complete. So we are going to represent them with A, B, and C. So, in order to get A, we are going to subtract 36 minus, into brackets, 8 minus X, because the total number of F is 36. However, we want to find A. So we are going to subtract the others in F, excluding A. So when we subtract 36 minus, into brackets, 8 minus X plus X plus 12 minus X, close brackets, we shall get our A. In case you don't understand, you can ask later on. So when we add 8 plus 12, we get 20 plus X, because negative X plus X is equal to 0. And we have a negative X here in the brackets. And when you multiply the negative times the negative, you get a positive X. So when you subtract 36 minus 20, you're going to get 16 plus X. So your number of A is 16 plus X. Then when we go to B, we shall do the same thing. You're going to say the number of B, which is 42, subtracting the rest of the set excluding B. As we saw in A, we are going to subtract B because it's the only part that we are looking for. So we are going to subtract 42 minus, into brackets, 8 minus X plus 7 minus X. So when you subtract that part of the set, we are going to be able to get B, because when you add B plus those parts, you will be able to get 42. So when you add 8 plus 7, you get 15. But then remember, negative X plus X gives you 0. A negative plus a negative, plus a positive gives you 0. That's why when we subtract negative X plus X, we shall get 0. And then we multiply the negative near the 42 times the negative X to get positive X, because a negative times a negative is a positive. So when we subtract 42 minus 15, we shall get 27 plus X. Right? Yes, we shall get 27 plus X. So now we are left with finding C. We shall do the same thing that we did for A and for B. We are going to subtract the whole number of the set, which is 30. We subtract 30 minus, into brackets, 12 minus X plus X plus 7. As I've written it here, it is 7 minus X plus 12 minus X. So, since the negative and positive, the same thing as above, it's going to give you 0. So, when we add the 7 plus 12, we are going to get 19. And then the negative times the negative will also give us positive, and so we shall add plus x. So the 30 minus 19, which is 11, we are going to say 11 plus x, which is going to equal to our c. So we have completed the diagram, but however, we have to identify x, the number of x. That's B, right? So part B, they tell us. Okay, so let's find x. So to find x, we are going to add all the numbers in the universal set and equate them to 100. So our A, B, and C, which have been solved, plus the rest of the set, we are going to equate them to 100. So we see plus x, 16 plus x, plus 8 minus x, plus x plus 12 minus x, plus 27 plus x, 27 plus 7 minus x, plus 11 plus x, plus x plus 5 is equal to 100. So we first factor out the numbers and x's. In other words, we collect like terms. So 16 plus 8 plus 12 plus 11 plus 5 plus 7 plus 27. Then we also collect the like terms of the x. X minus x plus x plus x minus x minus x plus x is equal to 100. So when we total them up, the numbers, we shall be able to get 86 plus 2x. Because the next is equal to 100. So we are going to subtract minus 86 on the other side. In other words, you can say 2x plus 86 minus 86 is equal to 100 minus 86. As you can see, I have said 2x is equal to 100 minus 86. So when you subtract, you're going to get 14. So when you divide both sides by 2, you're going to get your answer as 7. So we have solved for x successfully, and x is equal to 7. Then when we refer back to the question, they say that using the data from the sample vehicle test, would you advise the district to introduce the campaign across the whole district? Give a clear reason to support your answer. Then when we refer to the question itself, they say that the district committee discussed that if more than 50% of the cars have at least 2 of these problems, they will launch a district-wide roadworthiness campaign to improve the vehicle safety. So we are going to give the number of those who have at least 2 of the 3 problems. So as we see, those who have at least 2 of the problems, it is 8 minus x, 12 minus x, and 7 minus x, not forgetting x, because they have 2 and above. So in the working, we're going to say 8 minus x plus 12 minus x plus 7 minus x plus x. So when we substitute for x, which is 7, we are going to say 8 minus 7 plus 12 minus 7 plus 7 minus 7 plus 7. So 8 minus 7 is 1, 12 minus 7 is 5, 7 minus 7 is 0, plus 7. So 1 plus 5 is 6, plus 7, which is 13. But then they said 50% of the cars have at least 2 of these problems. So we're going to get the percentage of these cars by saying 13 out of the total, which is 100 cars, times 100 into brackets percent. 13%. So it's going to give us 13% because the 100 cancel with each other. And then when we refer to the question, it's not going to appear. Yes. So in our conclusion, they should not introduce the campaign across the whole district because only 13% of the cars have at least 2 of these problems. So we have solved the task successfully. Thank you very much for listening. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you so much, Twins College. Do we have members that have some questions on that item? Anyone who has some questions that would like to ask? Okay. Yes, maybe the conclusion we can make it much better. Not just to mention that they should, Twins College, I think it was they should introduce the campaign, but also you need to back it up with a reason on why they should introduce. Maybe by saying because the percentage obtained is greater than, or it is something like that. So you back it up with your reasoning. Yes, Ngogwe Secondary School. Ngogwe, unmute. Unmute.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, as we are learning set theory in our class, our teacher told us that after finishing and you have solved X, that you have to come up with an accurate diagram. and I'm asking for some assistance on that because that young lady has not done it. Thank you.
Okay. Trent College, respond. Okay. I think Trent's College, can you respond?
Yes. So after solving for this, you can draw an accurate diagram. You are supposed to draw an accurate diagram. But we are in a hurry, unfortunately. And everyone is complaining about lunch. So you do that as a student.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Trent's College. Okay. Now on the item we have been doing, it is an item in section B, and it is about data and probability. Now, the item on data and probability, it has mainly these 4 branches. It has the statistics, Venn diagrams, matrices, and tree diagrams. I do understand that some of you have gone on to specialize because the questions that you are seeing that are a bit common are on statistics and Venn diagrams. And some of you even have gone on to take a decision that for me, I will do Venn diagrams. Me, I will do this and this. Please take note that the numbers can easily be combined. A number can come that combines 2 of them. It can come when it is combining statistics and Venn diagrams. A number can be set when it is combining matrices and maybe tree diagrams. So make sure you are very well conversant with all the sections. But mainly the number we have been doing on Venn diagram, we can call it our branch 2. There are certain things that make you lose out on certain scores. Remember, this is in a competence-based curriculum. We do appreciate every effort, but there are certain things that are key when we are making presentation of our work. A title will always be awarded, a Venn diagram, that is presentation, because here you are specifying which kind of presentation you are making, that I'm making a presentation using a Venn diagram. So we do expect that you are going to have your title telling us that a Venn diagram showing this and this. But the most important thing is you mentioning, being specific, that I'm using a Venn diagram. Now, when it comes to a Venn diagram, you will write your title first, that a Venn diagram this. But also please define what you are using. Do not just wake up out of the blue and start using A, B, and C. You tell us, what does A represent? What is B representing? And what is C representing? That A represents this, B represents this, C represents this. Now, for the first Venn diagram you draw, where you are going to put your unknowns, let me say you have finished to draw your Venn diagram and you have put your unknowns, you will be getting a mark for having a title, a Venn diagram. That one will be a mark, and they will give you that is presentation. Inserting the values, like the way the girl was inserting XC, 30 minus XC, and the rest of that, that one is also given a mark. Correctly inserting the values into the Venn diagram, but also labeling your diagram, that this one is N of A, this one is N of B, this one is N of C, something like that is also awarded. So awarding or labeling using letters is awarded. So do not miss out such things because you are in a hurry. So make sure that you label your diagram very well, inserting all the values. Then we come to presentations. Now that you have finished to fill everything, and now you are making a presentation about your Venn diagram. I do expect that in case you are finding, let me say you are going to, let me take back on this screen. Let me say you are finding for M only, something like that. I expect to have your simple title, finding M only. Let me say that is what you are finding. Or in case that one is not easy for you, then I can expect you to write something like that. In case that one is not clear, then you say finding. Now let me say where was M. So I expect to say here B complement, F complement, and then S. Then there we shall know that where you are finding. Now this one, let me say this was S. That means you are finding for S only. Then make your calculations. Show your calculation that M plus Z plus what is equal to this. Then go on and make your calculation until you get what you are supposed to substitute, maybe 27 plus X. Then from there, write vertically. I've said write vertically such that your work is easy to score. That here they will put for you that he reserves a mark, he reserves a mark. Go on and still write a title, finding for this and this. Then go on and make your presentation, finding this and this. So put those subtitles such that someone who is scoring your work can be able to follow up your work. Now, after finding all those different unknowns, please go on and draw an accurate diagram and feed in those values. So we do expect to see two Venn diagrams, the one which has the unknowns and the ones which has the values filled in. So draw your second Venn diagram with all the values filled in for the different unknowns. So you'll have a mark for that presentation for being able to determine all the data for the different unknowns. And then the last one is the response, because I've told that always you'll find that there is a problem we are trying to solve, and therefore that one we shall expect to be awarded IN. That means that when you are responding, respond to what is in the question. In case they wanted you to verify a given percentage, I expect that your conclusion is going to bring out that idea that maybe after you have calculated and you have looked at the percentage, then you conclude and say maybe the government should do this and this because the percentage obtained is less than this and this. So you must conclude and back it up with a reason on what you are doing. So I expect some questions will be requiring you either to say yes or no, but do not just say an open response. Yes. Why are you saying yes? Then say yes, there is a need for a new of this and this. Why? Because the probability of this, of having this, is less than this and this. So back it up, but it is either yes or no, but back it up with a reason. Even if it comes to calculating the probabilities, because remember, for Venn diagrams, you must be well conversant with calculating the probabilities because it will also be involved. So make sure that those small things, you include them such that you can be able to maximize the score. Yes, so make sure that your expressions are correct, your equations are very well defined, your different items you're using, but also I want you now in the remaining days to start practicing, because now you need to be very careful when they use the word only. When they say neither, at least what are you supposed to write? So those are the areas, those are specific set languages that you need now to look out for as we are preparing for our points. So I've told you they will give you for title, labeling sets using letters or names, inserting data correctly, inserting all the data correctly after determining the unknown elements. This is the second Venn diagram I talked about, and showing all your calculations correctly for the unknown with the outputs. So all these are awarding points that they will be looking out for in your work. So please check out for those different things such that you can be able to maximize on this number very well. So allow me to take on one question. I'm saying Chinoni girls. Chinoni girls, unmute. In case Chinoni is not unmuting, Palabo SS maybe. Yes, Chinoni. Okay. Palabo SS. Okay. So I'm going now to call on Chigarama SS. Chigarama SS. I've failed to get Parabo and Chinoni. So Chigarama SS, you are going to take us through an item in the area of geometry and measures. Parabo SS, I've failed to get you. You are not unmuting. Okay, Chigarama SS.
They think they are waiting for we and Sigara. This place is not
Okay, as Parable, you first get set. Okay, Napak, as Parable get very set. Napak, are you set? Napak? Napak? Okay. Okay. Napak, Napak, there is a lot of noise. Teacher at Napak. Okay. Napak, there is a lot of noise in the background. Okay. Okay. Chigalama SS.
Yes, please, Mr. Kaziba, pardon.
Yes, let's come on. I think Napak is not yet set. I'm hearing a lot of noise. So you come on, and we are going to do a number in geometry and measures. I'm seeing also Parable is not yet ready.
Okay, give us a moment.
Now, someone was asking about sets of 4. Yes, that's not at your level. That's not at your level, sets of 4.
Mr. Kaziba, are we audible?
Yes, you are clear.
Yeah. My name is Anita Patience from Tigarama SS. I'm here mainly to present number 15A, which reads, Michael runs a small business in Uganda and employs 3 workers who report every day of the month. Number 15, then X. Michael runs a small business in Uganda and employs 3 workers who report every day of the month. Each employee earns a gross month salary of UGX 930,000. In addition, Michael provides a daily transport allowance of UGX 2,000 and a daily food allowance of UGX 5,000. In June, the Uganda Revenue Authority deducted pay as you earn from each employee's salary in line with national tax laws, which requires every employee to contribute income tax to the government. The pay tax bands are summarized in the table below. Michael is also planning to extend his business by purchasing a plot of land plotted offered by a neighbor of UGX 34 million. The neighbor is also willing to accept a 60% down payment and a monthly installment of UGX 950,000 for a year and a month. However, a friend has advised Michael instead obtain a bank loan to pay the full amount at once. The bank charges compound interest at a rate of 5% per annum, payable in 3 years. Task A. Compute how much income tax was deducted from each employee in June. Part A requires us to look for how much income tax was deducted from each employee in June. We shall have this table. Monthly taxable income. It is in UBX. Then we have tax rate, which is in percent. Then here we have 0 to UGX 235,000 and 235,101 to 335,000. 335,000 to 410,000. 410,000 to. Next, we are looking for the taxable income. We shall Here we shall put there the gross, which is 9,030,000. 930,000. Then to get the amount of this column, we shall be having getting this amount. We subtract this amount. When you get 235,000 minus 0, we remain with 235,000. Then we get this one, we subtract this one, we get get 10,000. And if we get this one, we subtract it from this, we get yeah. We get 75,000. When we get 930,000, we subtract 400,000, 410,000, we remain with no. When we get 930,000, we subtract there 410,000, we remain with 52,000. Then this is taxable income. Then here we are having 0, which means this one is in percentage, in percent, which means 0 is out of 100 times this amount. The answer will be 0. Then when we go to this one, they are saying 10%. It will be 10 out of 100, then times this amount, which is 10,000. We cancel this one and this one. We shall remain with 10,000. Here they are saying 20%. It will be 20 out of 100 times 75,000. It will equal to, when we reduce these zeros with this one, we remain with 20 times 750. We shall get 93,000. Then to get the total, then the question is asking for the income tax will equal to, we shall sum up these amounts in order this will be income tax we had sum up this amount in order to get the income tax, which will be UGX 10,000 plus UGX 93,000 then we have also this one, which was the gross. Then we shall say 30 out of 100 times this amount, which is 52,000. When we cancel this one and this one, we shall remain with 30 times 520 equal to here. We shall get, when you put this one on the calculator, you get 93,000. This is 15,000. Come on. This one is the correct answer. When you sum up all this, you get UGX this one. Yeah, then the total, then the income tax. It's 181,000. Then the total, the income tax will equal to 181,000. Thereafter, sorry, the correct answer will be 118. You get 8,000. Then the income tax will equal to UGX 118,000. Therefore, the income tax that was deducted each
Members are asking you list your work. It's like your calculations are not adding up well. First you list your work quickly. Yes, but it seems there is a problem somewhere that you're not adding well.
Here we are having income tax. Zero out of 100 times this amount, 235,000. You will get 0. Then 10 out of 100 times 100,000. You get 10,000. Then 20 out of 100 times 75,000. You come up with 30 out of 100 times 520,000. You come up with 10. Income tax will equal to get the income tax, we shall sum up these amounts. UGX 10,000 plus UGX 15,000 plus UGX 156,000. You come up with UGX you come up with 181,000. Then the income tax equals UGX 181,000. Therefore, the income tax
Chikarama SS a minute. Kindly first move the camera towards this side where you have the table. This side,
you move the
this side
camera.
where we have the table, where you had the monthly taxable income. Okay, yes. Now, may we first have the calculation for allowances? Because it seems the child has included on the allowances.
No.
Mr. Kaza, can you pick us?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think there was an issue with the question, especially when you look at where they've said Michael runs a small business in Uganda and employs 3 workers who report every day of the month. Each employee earns a gross monthly salary of that. Now, I think that part where they said, in addition, Michael provides. So the learners were a bit confused. They thought from what they knew that allowances are always part of gross. But again, that part of addition, they interpreted it as if allowances were not part of the gross. So that's why she was taking it that way.
Okay. I get the point because let us first hear from Church of God. Church of God. Okay, but the idea behind was that for any when you are working for someone, every employee is entitled to have allowances. There are some allowances that are always given when we go back to real life. And when you are working for some companies, that allowance is not supposed to be taxed. And many cases, it is always included on your gross monthly salary.
That is very correct, Mr. Kaziba. That is very right. And actually, the students had tried working on it on that line by just trying to be a bit critical and cautious when they saw that word in addition. Like I said, they tried to interpret it like they were as if the allowances were not part of the gross. Especially that the last statement was each employee earns a gross monthly salary of 930, and then the immediate word is in addition. So the learners tried to interpret, but otherwise they would have worked it that way, the normal way that we know.
Okay, so I do ask that let's switch to the normal way, and then we leave out the English dynamics, I think, such that we relate to what exactly happens in real life.
All right. Now you rub the board.
Good afternoon, members. I'm going to attempt item 15, part A. It reads, Michael runs a small business in Uganda and employs 3 workers who report every day of the month. Each employee earns a gross monthly salary of UGX 930,000. In addition, Michael provides a daily transport allowance of UGX 2,000 and a daily food allowance of UGX 5,000. In June, the Uganda Revenue Authority deducted pay as you earn from each employee's salary. In line with national tax laws, which require every employee to contribute income to the government, the pay tax bands are summarized in the table below. Then our task is compute how much income tax was deducted from each employee in June. So we know that June has 30 days and the allowances were given to the workers daily. So we have to get the total allowances. Total allowances, we shall get the allowances on food and then we add on transport. Allowances on food. We have seen that Michael gives 22,000 daily and there are 30 days. So we shall get 20, which is the allowance, and we multiply with 30 days. $200. This is UGX. UGX 200. 2,000 times 30 days. When we multiply, we shall get UGX 6,000. This is the allowance. This is the allowance on food. Then allowance. This was for transport. Then on food, they are 5,000. On food, we shall get UGX 5,000 times 30 days. When we multiply, we get UGX 150 thousand. Then total allowance we shall get the allowance on transport, and then we add the allowance on food. We shall get UBX 60,000 plus UBX 150,000. Then the answer is UBX 210,000. So this is the total allowance. Then to get the taxable income, we shall get the gross minus the total allowance. The gross was, this is taxable income. We shall get the gross we subtract the total allowance. The gross was UBX 930,000. Then minus the total allowance, which is UBX 210,000. Then when we subtract this, we get 720,000. Then we go back to our table. Then we go back to our table. This was monthly taxable income. In UBX. We shall put these values and then the rest taxable income. Instead of putting and above, you shall put here the taxable income that we have got. This is 0 to 235,000. Then this is 235,000 to 335,000. Then this is 335,000 to 410,000. Then what's 410,000 to our taxable income here, which is 720,000. Then we get the amount here. We get it by getting this amount. Then we subtract this. When we get 235,000 and we subtract the zero, we remain with 235,000. And when we get 335,000 and we subtract 235,000, we get 100,000. Then when we get 410,000 minus 335,000, we get 75,000. Then when we get 720,000 minus 410,000, we get 310,000. Then here we look for our income tax. We shall get our tax rate. We divide it by the 100, and then we multiply by this money we have got here. 0 divided by 100 times the money we have got here, which is 235,000. We get 0 because any number times 0 is 0. Then when we get 10, which was our tax rate, divided by 100 times 100,000, we get 10,000. Then 20,000. 20 divided by 100 times 75,000. We get 15,000. Then here we get 30, which was our tax rate, times 310,000. What do you get here? Income tax. You see at our table, the first table, it is including the tax rate. So tax rate is in percentage, and a number in percentage, it means that it is divided by 100. So like for the money which was from 0 to 235,000, we got 0. We divide it by 100, and then we multiply it by that number. Zero is the tax rate. It was given in that session. When we get 30, divide by 100 times 310,000, we get we get 93,000. Then our question is asking us to compute how much income tax that was deducted from each employee in June. So it means that we shall sum up this income tax. So we shall guess this is the total income tax. Total income tax that was deducted from each employee in June. We shall get 10,000. We add it to then we add it to 15,000. Then we add it to 93,000. What do we get? We get 900. No. We get 118,000. So this means that this income tax was deducted from each employee in the month of June. Thereafter, each employee was deducted UGX 118,000. In the month of June. So let's come to part B. It says determine the net income each employee takes home after pay and find the total cost Michael incurs in that month, including allowances. Net income. This is part B. Net income is got by gross minus the income tax. And the gross net income is got by gross minus income tax. So the gross was UBX 930,000. And the income tax we have got 118,000. 180,000. When we subtract, we get 820,000. Get 830,000. So this is the net income. Then they have said, find the total cost Michael incurs in that month, including allowances. So we shall get this net income plus the total allowance for each employee, and then we multiply by 3 because they were 3 workers. This is the total cost. This is the total cost Michael incurs. In that month, including allowances. So we have seen that the net income is UBX 812,000. Then plus the allowances, which was UBX 210,000. Then plus income tax. Income tax was income tax was 118,000. When we add this, we got then times 3 because they were 3 employers. We get UGX, we get 3,420,000. I do taxi. Okay. Should I do taxi? Should I do taxi? Then let's come to part C. It says, compare the total amount payable under both land acquisition options and advise Michael using calculations on which method is financially better. In the scenario, we are seeing that Michael is also planning to expand his business by purchasing a plot of land offered by a neighbor of UGX 34 million cash. Then the neighbor is also willing to accept a 60% down payment and monthly installments of UGX 950,000 for a year and 4 months. Then they are saying that, however, a friend advised Michael instead of obtain a bank loan to pay the full amount at once. Then the bank charges compound interest at a rate of 5% per annum, payable in 3 years. So let us first begin with the option of the down payment. The money to be paid in cash is UGX 34 million. And the down payment is 60%. So let us first look for the down payment of 34 million. We shall get 60 divided by 100. Then we multiply by UGX 34 million. What do we get? We get UGX 400,000. This is 2,400,000 shillings. Then we look for the installments. Installments, they are UBX 950,000. Then the time, they are saying that 1 year and 4 months. That means that they are 16 months because there are 12 months in a year. So when we get 12 months and we add 4 months, we get 16 months. To get the total installments, we get UGX 950,000. We multiply it by 16 months. The answer is when we get 950,000, we multiply by 16 months. we get 15,200,000. Then we get the total amount. Total amount we get it by the total installments plus the down payment here. Total amount equals total installments then we add this to the down payment. Total installments they are 15 million. 15,200,000. Then plus the down payment which was UBX 20,400,000. When we add them we get 35,600,000. So this means that when he follow the option of the down payment, he will pay 35,600,000 in 1 year and 4 months. Then the next option was paying 34 million cash in 3 years to pay the 5% rate per annum. This is part C. Then you have the rate of 5%. The same part. You have the rate of 5%. The principal is UBX 34 million because it's the money that he was paid in cash. Then the time which is represented by N is 3 years. Then we shall develop our formula. which says that compound interest is equal to principal into 1 plus rate over 100 into F. We have already got it, which is 34 million. Into 1 plus rate, which was 5. Then N is 3 years. When we get 1 plus 5 divided by 100, we get 1.05. So we get 34 million. We multiply it to 1.05 cubed power 3. We get 1.05 power 3. We get 1.15765. When we get 34 million times 1.157625, we get 39, 300. Is it this? $39,359,250. So when he used the bank loan, he will pay 39 million and other things. But when he used the down payment, of 60% and monthly installments of UDX for the down payment, this is the conclusion. For the down payment, total amount was UDX was UDX 35,600,000. But for the bank loan, he will pay for the bank loan he will pay is UBX 39,359,250 shillings. And they are saying that advise Michael using calculations on which method is financially better. So I advise Michael to use the down payment. I advise Michael to use the down payment of 60% to pay UBX 35 million. $600,000 instead of a bank loan, instead of a bank loan. Which requires him to pay UBX 39,359,250 shillings. Thank you for listening to me. If there is any question, you can raise it.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm saying Queen of Peace High School.
The question which we'd like to ask, we have put it in the chat, so we need some help. It
Okay,
is in the chat.
You may ask because I'm not seeing the chat for that question.
There is a picture, but it was like if we are given those taxable numbers when there is like signs of inequalities, how do we operate them?
Oh, now let me hope you are not confusing it with statistics.
No, I'm not confusing it because there is less than or equal to, they give you the amount of.
Okay, Chigarama, are you able to try?
Am I clear?
Okay, you are clear? Queen of Matters, kindly resend that picture. Okay. Chigarama SS, are you coming on? I want to get this picture such that everyone can be able to see it.
But can you get it?
Yes.
Yes. I think I'm going to get what she's done. Can she confirm if what she's done has is something like that?
Okay.
The question I just actually confirm if your question is like that. But I hope that's what you are trying to mean, that in case the amounts are given in form of quantities, ranges, the amounts will be specified. You look at this, when I say less than 200, then it means that any amount that is below up to this level is equivalent to what we are given here, that 0 to this level will be charged at that rate. And then we say, also have this amount. If you have this amount here under that plan, then your budget be means that you're looking at a number which is beyond the that rate and 1 shilling up to this level. So I don't know if that answers the question. When we are given the form of inequality, we still look at in that way of funds. We just see the value is going to appear less than this, then it means that beyond the given fund, rising is low and the value goes to so we respond to this. And so obviously that's not everything above this last but this value so that we can just above from 40 and above we can be 210,000 1 shilling and above would be the one. I don't know if you have some confusion, but I was trying to show that that's what she wanted to know. Back to you, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chigarama SS. So, like the teachers told you, sorry, like the teacher has already told us about that number. We do the same. So do not get confused because you have seen the less than. Sometimes they may use the word under, sometimes they use above. The approach remains the same, like how they have told us. So for this first band, you can say 0 to 100,000. For this one, it is like from 0 to around 100,000. For the second one, you still do 100,000 to 200,000, like that, like that. So that's how you deal with such numbers. So whenever you find it, you will apply the same knowledge in case you meet them in statistics, because sometimes, but that is mainly for the higher level. So this one means above, greater than 700,000. That is the meaning. So such things, but these such numbers are possible, but in case you meet such, it is the same thing like what you have been doing from 0 to 100,000, 100,000, 200,000. Then here you can put a 1, then to 200,000. Here you can put 200,000. This is what? 200,000, then to 300,000. 300,000 to 400,000. But the lower limit can be 400, like that. So that is how you can deal with those things of inequalities. But the approach remains the same. But as long as the difference in between is the same, then you continue working it out. Then on the same number, we have been dealing with the number on on this. Some of you had questions in case they have given you insurance. Insurance, you consider it in part of allowance. So when you are removing your allowances, insurance will as well be catered for from that part. Then another thing I noted was on the word in addition. So in addition may literally mean also this person is given an allowance of this and this. So, but the word gross means something before any tax is levied. But always, dear students, we may need always to go on and relate to what happens in real life, or what is happening within our community. So, for this particular number, I know the word in addition to this might have brought in the confusion, but we shall maybe make some edits. But the intention was for you to be able to know, one, the intention of that question was, do you know how many days are in June? That is number one. Do you know how to remove taxes when you are given a gross monthly income? That was the second intention for this particular question. So we are testing whether a child knows how to calculate the taxes and how to compute the taxable income before the taxes are levied. However, there is another discussion that is still going on at URA, but that one will come in at a later time. But thank you so much, Chigalama. I think we needed to look at the conclusion for one of the numbers. I think I saw school which had some concern, but I know after the seminar, schools are going to compile discussed solutions, and then we shall share the final product such that everyone can be able to share and maybe critique what we shall have come up with. I wanted to find out, we are going to discuss one question or two, but I wanted to know, I wanted one school that can take us through number 15, still along geometry and measures. Napak. Okay, I don't know whether Queen of Peace, is it still a question?
Yes.
Okay.
We thank you for the above answer, but we'd like to give us more details about insurance and insurance premium.
Okay. Okay, Napak, are you ready? We are going to give you, I'm going to talk about insurance premium and then insurance. Napak, kindly first unmute and let me know whether you are ready. Napak? Napak, are you ready? Kindly unmute. Okay, now insurance is like an arrangement that your company makes in order to protect against loss or future loss. Now, from some of the companies we work with, or some of the companies you work with, they may pay for you things like health issues, maybe theft and the rest of that. But let me use healthy. Now, health means that this company caters for your health, that in case maybe you get sick, the company will be able to take care on that. Then when we talk about insurance premium, that is the money you pay to the insurance company to make your account active. So that's what you call an insurance premium. That money you pay, it can be monthly, it can be yearly. So, but that money, you as a person is what like in case it is a deduction, that's what like it is, that is put every maybe it depends on the agreement you have made. In case it is monthly, it means that every month there is a certain amount you pay to the insurance company. Let me say it can be 50,000 depending on the agreement and depending on the percentage. That is what you call a premium. That amount you pay, the exact amount you pay. Then insurance is just an arrangement to protect against the loss, whether it is accident, health issues, theft, and the rest of that. So that is so insurance is just the service for protection of something. Then premium is the actual cost for the protection. What you pay monthly. That in every month, this is what you are going to pay. Then the insurance is what is it that you are paying? Which service are you paying for? Is it health? Is it accident? Is it what? In case maybe, let me say maybe in case if it is for the car, you can pay for it can be an accident insurance for accidents. But that every month or every after given agreed period, there is a certain amount you have to pay. And that amount is what you call an insurance premium. Okay. Let me hope Queen of Peace. That is very okay. I'm seeing your hand still up. Queen, you can unmute.
Like, who would like to ask, for the insurance premium, do we count it as an allowance or an expense?
We shall consider it as an allowance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Napak, I'm failing to get you. Napak, I'm failing to get you. I don't know whether Napak, I'm failing to get you. I wanted to find out whether we have a school that is ready for. Okay, Napak, I'm failing to get you. In case we have a school that is ready for any number from geometry, kindly unmute or kindly let us know. I want a school that is ready for any number within geometry. Okay, okay. In case, because we have done something in patterns and algebra, we have done at least a number from each of the sections. Okay, yes, but now let me use this for number 14. Okay, Coach SS, Coach unmute. Coach unmute. Coach, okay.
Unmute. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tabam Kalabat, a student of Kochi Secondary School, coming to present item 14, which goes as follows. Steven is starting a juice business and plans to sell his juice in specific, specially designed conic cups. Each cup has a height of 10 centimeters, a top diameter of 8 centimeters, and a bottom radius of 2 centimeters. He intends to wrap the curved surface
of each cup with branded paper displaying his business details. The illustration for the cup is there, so you can see it for yourself. As we continue, he has found a supplier who charges UGX 30,000 per square meter for the wrapping material. Each cup will also be completely filled with juice, and Stephen has received an order to supply 20 liters of juice to a local client. Now, members, our chef is here, and it is in the shape of a frustrum that all of us have seen. So, it is the cup that the juice manufacturing business, that is to say the owner Stephen, wants to wrap up. And now, he wants to wrap up the curved surface of each cup with a branded paper displaying his business details. So, in order for us to get that, all of us know that this is a frustrum, and it has a shape when it is divided, or we get the net. When it is cut from the middle, and this thing is divided here into two, it will form for us a shape of this nature. Forming this, this shape is a graphical, including two circles which are at the bottom end with the particular radius. And now, well knowing that it forms for us the smaller radius and the bigger radius as per displayed by the diagram of the frustrum, whereby the upper part is bigger than the downer part. So, our diameter here, the diameter was what? The diameter of top part was 8 centimeters. And now, that was the diameter. But what we are in need of is the radius, which is from the formula from diameter is equal to 2 times the radius. Our diameter is 8, and our radius, which we don't know, is r. If you divide this, it will form for you, since we are saving time, if you divide this, our radius will be 4 centimeters. Now, you substitute here your radius to be 4 centimeters in the diagram of that frustrum. And now we knew our radius to be 2 centimeters. But what we are in need of is currently the diameter, or the diameter for this, or the length for this our trapezium. The first length is got from the circumference of this. Since we are cutting it from the middle here, all of us know that cutting it from there, if you extend it like this, it will form for you the what? The circumference from the top part here will form for you the length, the upper length, which is the bigger one, and then the downer length, which is the smaller one. So, for this particular one, we're going to find out the circumference of the smaller circle, then the circumference of the bigger circle. So circumference from the formula, circumference is equals to 5t, or you can say circumference is equals to 2 pi r. So taking this, since it is mostly used by people, we say 2 times 22, which is the pi over 7, times the radius, which we knew for the bigger radius is 4 centimeters. So we shall get here 88 over 7 times 2. So if you press it on your calculator, it will come for us like 88 times 2. This is it, 16. So you remove 1. 2 times 8 is it? 2 times 8 is it? 16 plus 1 is it? 17. So it is 176 over 7. So 176 divided by 7 is equals to 25.1428. Now this is our what? This is our circumference, which is in centimeters. This is for the bigger circle. Now, for the smaller circle, it will be 2 pi r, which gives us the circumference, whereby 2 times 22 over 7 times the radius, which we knew to be 2 centimeters. So it will form for us. This is it. 88 over 7. 88 divided by 7, it will form for us to have 0.571 centimeter. So that is our radius for this. In fact, the diameter for this and the diameter for that, or the length, you can call it like that. So here is it 25.1428. This is centimeters. Then this is it 12.571 centimeters. Now, we had calculated all this to come up with the what? With the length, the two varying length of the trapezium. So from the formula of area of a trapezium, formula of area of a trapezium equaling to half into h a plus b. So this is it, a half. Now, a half. From that a half, then here our our H comes here. No, so our H comes here. Yes. Now, into bracket, the small a that we knew is 12.571 centimeter plus our height was known. Our height was known to avoid confusion. Our height was known to be 10 centimeters. Then, because we are taking it from here, so this is it, 10 centimeters. So, plus it, 25 is 1, 4, 2. So, rounding it off, it will be for us 3. Pressing down, this is a half. This is a 10 centimeter into, if you add this, it is 12.571 plus 25.143. 143. So this gives us 37.714 centimeters. So if you multiply that, it will go for us. This comes to it goes 5 times it, 5 times that, 5 times it. 37.714 times 5. Giving us 188.57. This is centimeter square. Now, since we are interested in this, it definitely forms for us the what? The curved surface area for this graph from that was it drawn here. Now our question is
okay, wait. I think there is a question. There is a question. Yes, Kinoni Girls, it seems you have a question. Kinoni Girls, unmute. Kinoni Girls. Okay. Chinoni, ask. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue.
So that is the first way. I'm not saying it is the definite way of finding that, but you can derive the formula for that figure that you wanted directly without proceeding out to that. So if you have taken into account that, there's no problem, but there's another way of coming up with that. So our value was 188.57 square. Since I think that is not the only way, you can derive the formula for that as I think. So this our R, then this our small r. Now, from the formula of a trapezium area being a half h into bracket a plus b, you substitute, whereby you put your half to remain here, then the height remains there. But your length was the circumference of this bottom circle. So it will be 2 pi small r plus, now following this, the p will be the circumference of this, which is 2 pi r. Now, if you want to get the definite formula, it will be a half times it. Now here, these two will have effect on these values, that is 2 and 2. So it will be, your definite figure will now be, in fact, formula will be h into pi r plus pi r. So it will form for you pi, pulling the pi out, since we are using distributive property, pulling that out, it will be pi, and the pi, sorry for that, it will be pi pulling the pi out, h into your big R plus small r, if you want to interchange it. So this will be your definite, the definite formula for finding the curved surface area. If you substitute it, it will still give you the same thing. But not to waste time, we go with that first one. But if you have time there in your school, you will be able to come up with that and use this formula here. But I can show it for you how we are going to use it, where the area will now be the pi, which is 22 over 7 times our height, which is 10 centimeters, into our radius, which was 2 centimeters. No, the bigger one, which is 4 centimeters, plus the smaller one, which is 2 centimeters. So this will give us 22 over 7 times 10 centimeters times 6 centimeters. So it will form for us 20 over 7 times, this is 60 centimeters. So it will form for us 22 times 60 divided by 7, which is the same as I said, 188.571, which was rounded 2. So I recorded it. Yeah, this is 1. This 1, it still remains 1. Sorry for that. So you can see there are many ways of killing a chicken, but different ways of consuming it. In fact, the same way of consuming it. Sorry for that. Now we have got our area, count the surface area to be that. But what they were interested in was that it should be in square meters. So from King Henry's daughter, Mariam Grant, called it Millie. We are interested to get it into meter squared. So you put your 1 here and you substitute these 2 zeros here. It will give for you 1 meter is equals to 100 centimeters. But we are interested in finding it into meter squared. So that means we are squaring the what? We are squaring the meter. So it is the same way 1 times 1 meter squared will give us 100 times 100 giving us centimeter squared. So this will give us 1 meter squared, which is 10,000 centimeter squared. Now we're going to convert our squared centimeter into meter squared. So I was trying to do this. Following the relationship 10,000 represents is equals to 1 square centimeter. What of our 1 centimeter square will represent 1 over 10,000. This is meter square. Now we have 188.571 centimeter square will represent 1 over times 188.571. This will give us our meter square. So it is not a matter of gramming, but doing the real thing. So here 188.571 divided by 10,000. This is it. 0.0188. I think we're rounding. It should give us here 9 meter squared. So that is the amount of wrapping paper that you need in order to wrap up this 1 cup. So since they say in our scenario or task 1 that estimate the amount of wrapping paper in square meters required to cover the curved surface of one conic cup, it is this that is the area, in fact, area in meter square. So we shall say, therefore, 1 conic cup will require 0.0189 meter squared of the wrapping materials. So that is our part A, which is already done. We are going to the second part, where we are to determine the number of cups needed to fulfill the 20-liter juice order and calculate the total cost of wrapping all the cups needed. My colleague will come and continue from there. Thanks for listening. So since he's taken up, I might help. So our set, which is the frustrum, we are going to determine its volume in order to
Mr. Kaziba.
number of
Mr. Kaziba.
Yes, please.
Presenter, hold on. So, Mr. Kaziba.
Yes, please.
There seems to be some queries on especially how he got the area, the area for the curved surface.
Okay.
Can he try maybe to clarify, because some other people object to the formula he was using. They think the area is supposed to be got in a different way.
Okay. No
Okay.
So, I want us to take this keenly, that splitting this thing is like a bucket. Splitting it from the center here equally will form for us a trapezium. So, like this is the part that we're going to split. Try to rub here, then rub from here, and just extend it until it is in its flat shape. You will find out that it will form for you a net which appears like this. In the shape of a trapezium, and now this was our bottom cycle, which is down here, or the bottom part. So this is our top part. Now, all of us know that the area of a trapezium is given by the formula, which is R into H, then A plus B. So, taking into account that when you are going to split this, the circumference with all the length of this circle here is going to give us the what? The total length of this trapezium. So, since we know the formula for the total length, or we know the formula to find the circumference, we're going to substitute. Our half remains here, then H comes here. Our A is given by the formula, which is 2 pi R plus, then our B, where when you split this, the circumference here becomes the length. So it will be 2 pi, the bigger radius, which was R. So this becomes a half H into now 2 pi R plus 2 pi R. So if you take this, you are supposed to add this to that. But now, these two will have effect on both this and that. Since this is out, if you are to cancel it with this, it will give you H divided by 2. Now, the summation of this will be affected by our 2 here. That's why this 2 is going to affect this and this. Now, it will form for you H into pi R plus pi R. So this will give us, pulling the pi out, since it is a common factor, it will be pi H into R plus R. So it depends on how you want to bring the two. If you bring this first, there's no problem. If you take this one there, there's no problem. It is just a matter of what? Substituting. So is there any question concerning that? So if you might not believe me, we have our teacher there who can clarify it for us better.
Thank you, members from the different schools. I know the question that that member had asked was looking at, is there no other way of finding the area, the curved surface area of this very platform? So my student was basically using the aspect of the net. He generated the net, which he had drawn here, but there are that other very methods of generating the whole cone from the platform, whereby you will be able to extend that will be our platform. Then you can generate by extending the sample size. Use dotted line because they're not part of the figure. Then from here, you will be able to get the surface area of the dotted part, that is smaller cone. Then you will get the area, the curved surface area of the bigger cone, and then you'll be able to get the difference between the curved surface area of the smaller cone from the bigger one. It will definitely also give you the curved surface area of the strata which we have above. I know all this will require time, but I think that was what another member had proposed. That should be one of the methods. Unless if there's another question that we have failed to address as purchases, it is welcome. But if there's nothing, if the member was thinking about what I've just said here, we'll really beg that we continue in order to save time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, when you look at the two approaches, in fact, we have about 3 we can use. This approach is okay, and the other approach of applying similarities is very okay. However, the answers you'll get when you use both approaches, the answers you'll get will differ by on the accuracy. Let me say, when you use the other approach of similarity, you may find that your answer is around 0.0192, and here your answer will be 0.0188. So the answer will differ by a small amount. But however, which I'm going to task schools that we can go back on ground and then come up with try to cut out those shapes, and then we look at which kind of net do we come up with when we open the frustrum, when we open that truncated cone, which kind of shape do we come up with? So we can try it out and then see which one comes out very, very well. But all the two approaches can lead us to the answer, but expect that your answers are going to differ by a small point. But for schools that have used the other approach of similarity, it is also very okay. And for such approach, we do expect, I think, let me share more. We do expect that when you are approaching, you'll have, when you are approaching, you'll have this is your object that you are going to have. And here we had, when I look at the question, so here you had your 8 as the diameter, and then down here you had your diameter as 4. So we do expect that you are going to first come up with a complete cone of this nature. And then after coming up with that, then we know that here our perpendicular here I'll form something of that nature. That is for the bigger cone. Then I'll form something like that for a smaller cone. So I do expect that you're going to first find the lateral surface area for the bigger cone by using pi RL, whereby L is the lateral length So I expect you that now here, since this is 4, and here your height, when you use your similarities, you'll find that your height is around 20. So you're going to use the lateral surface, then you get the lateral surface length here, you get this length here, then you use this formula. Then after, also obtain the length for this small cone here that you have added on, and then here you'll have 2, here to be 10, also go on and find this length here. Then after, get the lateral length for the the lateral area for the small, and then after subtract the 2. So you'll find those who are using that approach, I know your answer will be around 192.299, something like that. So those who are using that approach. So your answers are going to differ by some magnitude. So you do not expect to get the same answer. Yes, the answers will not. So those you have noticed, your answer will be around 0.192. Those who are using this approach of similarities, and then the other answer will be 0.0188. So the answers are almost close. They're almost close, but one approach may yield a better, let me say, the other approach of similarities yields, let me say, a better, like the level of accuracy. Yeah, because the assumption we usually take that this one is the assumption we do take that this one is a pyramid. We ignore that there are some errors that we are going to encounter. Like when you look at this figure I've cut out, so we have those error. That's a small error that we usually cut because this part here some is a bit curved. Yeah, but all approaches can lead to it. So allow me to end here, and we allow coach to continue.
Thanks, guys. I hope you have got it wherever you are. So this is the formula that we use, and our coordinator proving to us that it is correct. That means we are good to go. Since all of us perform what we say loud and clear, we are going to the second or part B, which says determine how many cups are needed to fulfill the 20-liter juice order and calculate the total cost of wrapping all the cups needed. So this was our set. Oh, sorry. Here our radius was 4 centimeters. Now here our radius was what? This is 2 centimeters. And now, in order for us to get the volume of this shape, it has a definite formula, but I would rather we come up with a better solution to this. We should use the ideas of linear scale factor to solve this. So we are going to extend our shape, which was the parastrum, to be a cone. So this, our height from here to here, let's assume that we use dotted lines since we don't know it yet, and we are trying to find it in order to solve the problem. This will be H, and this from here to this is 10 centimeters, and then from here is 2 centimeters. And our slanting edge here, we can assume it to be X. So, but it is not necessary. So, since we are going to use the idea of linear scale factor is either the radius of the top part to the smaller one, which is at the bottom. So our linear scale factor will be radius of bigger circle, which is up there, divided by radius of smaller circle in between the cone. So our radius for the first one was 4 centimeters. Now you are dividing it by the smaller one, which is 2 centimeters. Now it will give for us 2, since these are the same units, they cancel and it is a ratio. So this will form for us 2. That is the first one. That is it. Radius for the bigger. Now, what we are going to do here is, since it was the height, since it was the radius of the bigger cone by the radius of the smaller one, we are going to say our linear scale factor, which is 2, should also give us our height, which was at first for the bigger one, which is 10 centimeters divided by, this is it. No, 10 plus 8 divided by the smaller one, which is 8. So will give us our linear scale factor, which we got at first to be 2. Since we are comparing the two, it will be 2 is equal to 10 plus h over h. So we are going to cross multiply this with that and this with this. So it will come for us 2h is equal to 10 plus h. Now we are going to collect common factors or common terms or like terms, the way you want to call it. So obviously, knowing that a goat cannot marry a sheep or else will not mate with a sheep, we are going to bring our h, which is assumed to be a cow, to the side of cows, and the goat will remain as goat. So this will become 2h minus h, since we are getting the additive inverse of h, which was positive. Now, since we are getting the additive inverse, it will turn from positive to negative. So it is 2h minus h is equal to 10. So our h is 10. So our height here is now 10 centimeters as the first one. No, sir. We are going to get now the volume of this frustrum as a result of the volume of the bigger cone minus the volume of the smaller cone. So whatever we're going to do here is this. Our area of a cone is equal to 30 by r squared h. So taking into account, we have two. Sorry for that. It's supposed to be volume. Volume of a cone is equal to that, but we have two cones that we are dealing with here. The first cone, which is the smaller one here, and then the second cone, which is the bigger one. So we are going to say volume of bigger cone to be volume is equal to a third by r squared h. But if our h is equal to the first height, which is 10 centimeter, plus the second height, which is 10 centimeter, which will give for us all 20 centimeter. So it is a simple mathematics. You can do it off and off as a part of work, POW. Here is it, 20 centimeter. This is now our height for the bigger cone. So our volume will now be substituting from the equation a third, or from the formula, not the equation, sorry for that. It is a third, the pi, which is 22/7, or some of you prefer to use 3.14. So times our radius, which is known to be 2 centimeters. So 2 centimeters, no, it is the bigger one, the radius of the bigger one, which is 4 centimeters. 4 centimeters square times the height, which will go to be 20 centimeters. This will give us a third times 22/7 times 4 squared is the same as 16 centimeter squared times 20 centimeter. So this will give us 16 times 20 times 22. This will give us 7,040 divided by 21. Is this all of our? That's good. Can still record it. Yeah.
Coach, we are losing on your video. Coach. Oh, unfortunately, we have lost Coach. I don't know that we have any school that had prepared to continue from there. Any school, in case you are here and you had prepared. Are you on? Okay. Coach, okay. Oh. Coach, kindly have your video back and take us to the screen. Oh. Padrob, is it the same question? Padrob, you can unmute and tell us. Yes, Mr. Saragala.
Yes.
I have a question. Because when the previous discussion was discussing about the sector, he put some
Okay, Mr. Saragala.
notified.
Mr. Saragala, kindly type in the chat. You are not so clear. You are not clear. Coach Secondary, kindly let us know. Oh. Okay. I don't know what has happened to our presenter. Presenter, are you back? Okay. But from where he ended, he was trying to find the volume of the big cone and the volume of the small cone. And we know very well that when you are obtaining the volume of the cone, we shall have a third pi r squared height. Now for our big cone, we had our diameter as 8. For that was for the big cone because we wanted to find out the volume. So that was for the big cone, meaning that our radius will always be the diameter divided by 2, which will give us 8 out of 2, which will be 4. And therefore here we shall have a third times 22 out of 7 times the r, which is 4 squared, then times our height for the big cone, which was 20. Because the whole of this height here, when you look at the frustrum here, the height up to that point was 10, but also the height for the extended part was 10. So meaning that the total height for our cone will be the 10 plus 10, which will give us the 20. So here when you make your calculations and you place your calc, you'll be able to obtain your answer as 335 335.238 centimeters cubed. Then for the small one that was extended, it had a radius of 2 and its height here was equal to 10. So we shall expect to see the volume for the small cone still will be a third pi r squared height, which will give us a third times the 22 out of 7 times the radius, which is 2 squared, times the height, which is 10. And therefore, when you place your calculator, you'll be able to get your answer as 41.9048 centimeters cubed. Now, those are the volumes, but what we are interested in is to find the volume of the truncated part, this part here. It means that you must get the volume. To get the volume for that part, you must get the volume of the, I can write here, I'll say the volume of the conic cap will equal to, allow me to abbreviate, will equal to the volume for the big minus the volume for the small. So this will be 335.2381, then minus 41.9048. And when you subtract the 2, you'll be able to get your answer as 293.333 centimeters cubed. But when you look at the question was asking for the liters, meaning that you must now convert your volume back to liters. Now, sometimes they will not give it to you. So you need to know that within one liter or within 1 liter, how many cubic centimeters do you have? So you know that within 1 liter, you'll have 1,000 cubic centimeters. That means that the 293.33 cubic centimeters you have to convert them to liters to know the amount that can be contained within the liter. So meaning you'll have your 293.333 divided by the 1000 and you'll get an answer 0.29333 liters. But remember, when you look at the question, they ask, determine how many cups are needed to fill the 20-liter jerry can. Now, how many cups are needed to fulfill the 20-liter juice order? This person had made a 20-liter juice order, and they need to know how many cups can be obtained. When you have your 20-liter jerry can, how many cups can you be able to obtain? Therefore, in the 20 liters, it means that if you have 20 liters and each small cup has 0.2933 liters, it means you'll have your 20 liters divided by the 0.2933 and then you'll get your answer. When you place your calculators, you'll have the 20 divided by 0.2933, which would be 68.18259. Now here, we shall approximate our answer, that how many cups can we have, because this is about 68.18259. So here, we shall have an approximate answer of around maybe 68 what? 68 cups, because we shall not be able to make up the 69th cup, because the 0.18259 cannot be able to make up the cup. So we shall roughly make 68 cups to fulfill the 20-liter jerry can. So that's how you can attempt that part. I don't know, coach, are you back? Coach? Okay. Okay, let me first have, yes, Galama SS.
Mr. Kazdeva.
Yes.
I wanted maybe to throw some view on that, the 68.18259.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, since the task maybe requires them to supply 20 liters, and if they use 68 cups, then the 20 liters will not be full. Maybe then it means that cup balance, even if it is not a full cup, it means it will have to be placed in its own cup. So I would think maybe they need to use 69 cups in that case. However much the 69 cup will not be full, it will have that 0.1 something volume, but if we have to supply 20 liters, then that cup balance has also to be supplied. So that would be my view.
Okay, that is very okay. That is very okay, because the question wanted how many cups are needed to fulfill the 20-liter juice order. Yes, so since it was an order that someone wanted to make, so 69 is very okay. So when you make your calculations, you'll have, for the part C, when you make your calculations, you'll have something 576.89, something like that. That's what you have for your total cost. But I think we shall end at that point, since we have obtained on how we can be able to continue with that number. Okay. I wanted us to have one more. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Coach SS. I thank you. Okay. Now, if the juice must be in the 20-liter jerry can, then only 68 cups can fit. Okay. Okay. I wanted to know whether we have just one school. There's a school that wanted to one more, and then we close it. But good enough, tomorrow, for those schools that have not gotten an opportunity to discuss, we shall have a discussion tomorrow at the same time. I don't know, in case there's a school that wants to be the last for today's session, kindly raise up your hand. Okay, St. Charles Rwanga Koboko, I don't know whether you are still on. Okay. Yes, Pakwach Secondary. Pakwach Secondary. Unmute. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Pakwach Secondary, I think your background is not so good. Mamba or Moloto High. Moloto High, do you? Okay. Okay, Padro, we had given you an opportunity. I don't know whether. Padro, unmute. Yes, Padro. Padro, are you taking us to your screen?
Yes.
Padro, we are not seeing the presenter. Okay. I think we are fading out to get on Padrob because the presenter is not showing up. St. Charles Ranga Koboko. Padrob, are you set? Oh. Okay, it seems St. Charles Ranga, are you ready? I'm failing to get Padrob. Padrob. St. Charles Ranga Koboko.
Wow. My school. That's
St. Charles Ranga Koboko, you are very far. The board is far from the camera. Okay. Someone is suggesting that you switch off the lights, and if the cameraman can get a bit closer to the board, can the cameraman get close to the board? So, okay. I think Koboko, you are a bit far. the cameraman needs to get very, very close to the. Koboko, you first have the cameraman get close to the board because the gentleman discussing is very far, so it's not so clear. Napak, can you show us your board, Napak? Okay. Okay. Mamba secondary, I don't know, I'm seeing also you are as if getting, I want us to get one. I don't know which school is going to take on the opportunity. Koboko, you are far. Napak, can you try it right and we see whether yours will be a bit clear? Mamba secondary, maybe. Yes. Napak, we are not seeing your board. Napak, we are not seeing your board.
The senior thesis.
Okay, Mamba, you can start. Mamba, you can start. Okay, I think we are fading out. Okay, Mamba says something. Koboko, still the gentleman is very far away from the camera. Mamba, can you say something? The person from Mamba. Okay. So I think I'm failing. Padrob, we failed to get you. Padrob, we failed to get you. Napak, we have failed also to get you. I think. Mamba, we have failed to get you. Mamba secondary.
Okay. Good evening, members. First, put that thing this side. Can it be seen here? The phone. You try phone.
Mamba, you can start.
Good evening.
Good
For
evening.
me, I'm going to call me Ufairot Steven, a senior 4 student in Mamba SS. I'm going to handle item 13 under geometry and measures. It reads, during their geography fieldwork, students of senior 4 set off for a trip to explore 3 study areas. They left school at 6 a.m. at a bearing of 00 for their first destination, 60 kilometers away. They arrived at 7:40 a.m. and spent 45 minutes learning and taking notes. From there, they travel on a bearing of north 60 east to the second destination. The bus moved at an average speed of 60 kilometers per hour and they arrived at 9:15 a.m. After an hour and 5 minutes session, they continue to the third area, which was located 120 kilometers directly west of the second. The driver maintained a speed of 70 kilometers per hour, and the students spent 2 hours learning at that final side. After completing their activities, the driver was advised to take a direct route from the third destination back to the school. However, since he was unfamiliar with the road, he drove an average speed of 50 kilometers per hour. He was unsure whether they would return before the school 14 4 p.m. deadline. The students were eager to know if they will make it back in time. Task A, determine the distance of the direct route from the third study area back to the school. Let's start. From the scenario, it reads, during the geography field work, students of senior 4 set off for a trip to explore 3 study areas. They left school at 6 a.m. at a bearing of 00. I think first going to draw campus direction. Then they say they move at a bearing of 00, which means they move northward. We're going to go northward, and they move 60 kilometers to destination 1. Let's put the first destination be D1. Then from there, they travel on a bearing of north 60 east. North 60 east, we are going to, here is our north. They go east 60 degree. We are going to move from here going to east 60 degree, which will be somewhere here. Then from there, they reach to the second destination, which we are going to name it D2. The bus move at an average speed of 60 kilometers per hour, and they arrive at 9:15 a.m. After 1 hour, 5-minute session, they continue to the third area, which was located 120 kilometers directly west. They start from destination 2, west 120 kilometers. This is our third destination, which will be D3. Then from there, the driver maintained a speed of 70 kilometers per hour, and the students spent 2 hours learning. After completing their activity, the driver was advised to take a direct route from the third destination back to the school. The school is here. They will use direct route from the third destination up to the school, which will be from here from third destination to the school. Here will be the direct route. But distance from the first destination to the second destination is not given. We are going to calculate that one from the let me first read. They arrive at 7:40 a.m., which means from the school they arrive at first destination at 7:40 a.m. Time from school, time taken from school to first to D1. Was 7:40 a.m. minus 6:00 a.m., which will give us 1 hour 1 hour 1 hour and 40 minutes. The second one will be, and they spend 45 minutes, which means from the first destination, they spend 45 minutes. We are going to add that 45 minutes, which will be their starting time from the first destination to the starting time from the first destination will be, we shall add 45 minutes to 7:40 a.m., which will give us 25 minutes a.m. This is the starting time from the first destination. The bus moves at an average speed of 60 kilometers per hour, and they arrive at 9:15 a.m., which means we are going to take the time that they arrive at the second destination. We shall subtract it with the starting time here, which is 8:25, will give us the time. Six plus 1 is 7, and 7 minus 2 will give us 5. That 50 will be 50 minutes. We shall use the formula speed is equal to distance divide by time to give us the distance from destination 1 to destination 2. Since time taken from destination 1 to destination 2 is 50, we are first going to convert that 50 minutes. We are going to change it to hours, which will be 50 divided by 60 hours. This one will give us 5 out of 6 hours. And the speed is given here. The speed was 60 kilometer per hour. Speed here was 60 kilometer per hour. The distance is not given. Let put the distance be. Distance is not given. Then we are going to take distance is equal to speed times time. Our speed is 60 times our time is 5 out of 6. 60 divided by 6 will give us 10. 10 is 50 times 5. 10 times 5 will give us 50 kilometer. Here, the distance from destination 1 to destination 2 is 50. We are going to write that distance here. 50 kilometer. Then, in the first task, they asked us to determine the distance of direct route from the third study area back to the school. For this one, we are going to make this one to meet this line at angle at 90 degree, which will give us 2 right angle. Will give us 2 right triangle. The first one, the small one, and the big one. Since here was 60 degree, here will be 30, because here is 90. Here will be 30 degree. For this one, we can, here is given 120, but distance from here up to here, we did not know it. Which means this one, here is known. Two angle also known. We can use cosine rule. We can use sine rule to get the distance. We can use the sine rule to get the distance from let's name this one to be our k, and this distance from here up to there is 120 kilometer. Then we shall form one right triangle which will appear like this. The duster. We are going to form the small triangle. It will appear like this. Here is our K. Here is our D2. Here is D1. Angle here is 60. Here is 30. And here is 90. Distance from D1 to D2 is 50 kilometer. Then we shall use sine rule, which says the side it will be 50 divided by sine of its angle, which is 90, must be equal to the distance from K D2 divided by sine of angle opposite it, which is 60. Then we cross multiply. Here will be 50 sine of 60 is equal to K D2 sine of 90. Sine of 60 will give us 50 times sine of 60 is 0.7660. It's equal to sine of 60 is 0.8660, which will be equal to sine of 90 is 1, which will be K D2, the distance. 50 times 0.866. K D2 will be 43.3 kilometer. The distance from K to D2 is 43.3 kilometer. I think this figure is a right triangle, we can use Pythagoras theorem to get the side K D1. It will be K D1 square is equal to 50 square minus 43.3 squared. 50 square. $43.3. $1,000 point. You subtract it. When you subtract 2,500 minus 1,849 will give us 36,000. The 651. Then you will square it. You will get the square root both sides. It will give us 25.47 kilometer. There's some mistake here. One eight seven you subtract it. Six 25.11. Then we are going to get the square root on both sides. It will give us 25.0022 kilometer. This is the distance from K to D1. Then, since we calculated the distance from K1 to D1, we are going to add, to get the distance from school to K, we are going to add that distance from K D1 plus the distance from school to D1. We are going to draw the second triangle, which is the big one. The distance from school, which is S, and K, D3, distance from D3 to K will be 120 minus 43.3, which will give us 76.7 kilometer. And distance from K to S will be 60 plus 25.0022. 85.0022 kilometer. And the angle here is 90. I think for this one we shall use cosine rule to get the distance from D3 to S. Let me first name, if here is A, then the angle opposite it will be 90. Then we shall use the cosine rule, which says A is must be equal to square of D from D3 to K, which is 76.7 squared plus the distance from K to S. Since this figure is the right angle triangle, we can use Pythagoras theorem to get the distance from D3 to S, which will be D3S square must be equal to D3K squared plus KS squared, which will be 76.7 squared plus 85.002 squared. $13. 264. It will give us 13,108.264. Then we shall get the square root on both sides. D3S will be 114.4913 kilometer. That is our distance of the direct route from the third destination, the third study area back to the school. Then we shall conclude. Therefore, the distance of the direct route from the third study area back to the school is 114.4913 kilometer. That is the solution for task A. We are going to get the solution for task B, which the question is determine whether the student will reach school before 4 p.m. Yeah. From the scenario, during their geography fieldwork, students of Senior 4 set off for a trip to explore 3 study areas. They left school at 6 a.m. The time they left school was 6:00 a.m. Let me put it be the first step. And they arrive to the first destination at 7:40, which means they arrive. Here will be starting time. Arriving time will be will be 7:40 a.m. And from there they spend 45. We are going to add 45 to 7:40. This one will give us 8:25 a.m. Step 2, second step, their starting time will be 8:25 a.m. The bus move at an average speed of 60 kilometers per hour, and they arrive at 9:15 a.m., which means arriving time will be 9:15 a.m. From there, they spend 1 hour and 5 minutes. We are going to add 1 hour, 5 minutes to 9:15 a.m. Be 1. This one will give us 10:20 a.m. That one will be the Starting time for the third step. Third step, starting time is 10:20 a.m. The driver maintained a speed of 70 km per hour, and the student spent 2 hours learning from destination 2 to destination 3. The arrival time is not given, but the speed is given here was 70 kilometer per hour, and the distance was 120 kilometer. Then we shall use time will be equal to distance divided by speed. One 20 divided by 70. This one will give us 1 hour 1.7 143.